Welcome to the JavaScript Basics Crash Course. My name is Ahmed Khalaf. I am a software engineer with more than 12 years of experience, and I will be an instructor throughout this course. Now, on 2022, JavaScript one of the most popular programming language, and any developer needed to really understand the fundamentals of JavaScript to be able to develop his skills. On this course, you will learn the basics of JavaScript programming language by simple way and make it easy to understand for you. This will be my main goal on this course. In this course, we will learn the fundamentals of the language itself, such as basics, operation, variables, arrays, objects, conditional statements, loops, object-oriented programming, DOM, events, asynchronous JavaScript. At the end of this course, you will be able to understand any JavaScript code written by any other developer and create your own code without copy and paste code from GitHub or Stack Overflow, etc. All what you want to need to start is the basics knowledge of HTML and CSS. So what are you waiting for? Sign up today. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will download and set up Visual Studio Code, which is the code editor that we will use it to develop our application and deal with our application files. As a matter of fact, there is no need actually to specifically use this code editor. You are free to use any code editor you like it, such as Sublime or Brackets. But for me, I highly recommend you to use this Visual Studio Code. Anyway, now simply go through the official website for this Visual Studio Code, and then let's just select the operating system installer file. For me, I will download the file for Windows. Let's just hit on that, and after the download is finished, let's just double click on the installer file and just hit accept, next, install. Wait until installation is finished. Alright, let's just hit on finish and select this launch Vscode. Very well, it seems that everything works fine. This is the user interface for our editor. We will of course learn more about it later. Let's now move on to the next lecture. Hi and welcome. Now, after we already install our Visual Studio Code editor inside our machine successfully, we need to add some helper extensions that will help us throughout the course. And as you can see, this is the list of the extensions that we need to install it inside our Visual Studio Code. To go through the extension tab, you got 3 ways to do this. You can just hit on this file tab and go through this performance and hit on this extension, or you can go by this way by hit on view and hit this extensions here, or you can directly hit on that icon which is represent the extensions. As you can see, this is the installed extensions, but anyway, you need to know how to install any extensions with Visual Studio Code. Let's just search for this JavaScript ESX code snippets, which is this one's here. You can simply hit on install, and as you can see, now we have these extensions inside our added successfully through our Visual Studio Code. Or else we need Emmet Live. If we didn't have this icon here that call install, this is mean that we already installed this inside our Visual Studio Code. And as you can see, here it is. This is the installed extension list. Very well. We need also, after this Emmet Live, HTML CSS snippet. All of this I already installed inside my Visual Studio Code. We need to install it. You need to install it also. We need HTML snippet, JavaScript ES6. We already did this. We need also this extension that called JavaScript atom grammar. After this, JavaScript poster, JavaScript snippet pack, JavaScript standard style snippets. As a matter of fact, this live server is very helpful extension, but you didn't need to install it now. I think that's all. Anyway, this is the list. We need Babel JavaScript. Let's just check for it. Babel, this one's here. We need to install it. We need this JavaScript poster. This one's here. I already installed it before. After the JavaScript poster, this standard styled JavaScript snippet pack, JavaScript atom grammar, HTML snippet, HTML CSS support. Let's check for this. HTML CSS support. Yes, this extension here. Very well. Now we are ready. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will learn where we can write our JavaScript code and make it effect on a specific HTML file. Very well. Let's just start by create a new folder. Let's just call it JS, and then let's just open up our Visual Studio Code. And if we want to open up a folder, we can select this choice. If we want to open file, we can select the choice. I will choose, of course, open folder, and I will hit on select folder. Very well. This will open up our folder to us inside our Visual Studio Code. And then if you want to create a folder, you can hit on that bottom here, and if you want to create a file, you can hit on that bottom here. Of course, this inside our JS folder, the open it folder in general. Now let's just create our HTML file. Let's just call it index.html. Very well. And now we want actually to create an empty HTML file that include body, head, etc. And since that we have very helpful extension we already installed before, we can just hit on HTML, and this will actually create this directly to us. As you can see, we got this head, metadata, we got this title. We can just call it test. Very well. And now actually if we want to write JavaScript code and make it effect on this HTML file, the correct place to do this here is actually here at the bottom of that body tag. And we shouldn't actually write this before any element. For example, if we have any element here, for example H5 or H4 element, we shouldn't write it here before this element. This actually should be at the end of that body tag. Very well. Now let's just say script, open and closing tag, and here simply we can write our JavaScript code. We can just say alert and give it any message. For example, learn with mock. Just hit save, and let's go through this JS. Let's just double click on that. As you can see, this is what we have, an alert window with message learn with mock. Very well. Let's go back, and by the way, this is not the correct way, or the clean code shouldn't be like this. The correct way, or the clean code, should have a separate file include all JavaScript code that we want to write it. For example, on that case, we can just take that out, and we can just come here and write another one, but this time we need to add a source, and this source attribute we need to add a pass. That pass include all the JavaScript code that we want. For example, we can just say app.js and then hit save, and we can just come here and create that file. We can just call it app.js, and instead of write our JavaScript code here, we can directly write it here, and by this way this index.html will affected by this code that we will write it here inside our app.js. Let's just test this one more time. We can just say alert any message, just like app new message. I just hit save. Let's go back. Let's try to refresh this. As you can see, now this is what we have. We have a new alert window with our new message that tells us app new message. Very well. By the way, I'm using Google Chrome browser, and I highly recommend you to use this browser. I think that's all what we want to learn on this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about JavaScript comments, which is very basic idea inside any programming language. Why? Because we are actually many times need to leave a comment describe a specific parts of our code. Let me give you one example for this. We can just say console and pass or log any message through our console. Just say hey JS. We will learn more about this console later, but for now let's just open up our index.html inside our browser, and to go or to open the developer tool, you can just right click and hit on inspect, or you can just come here and then more tools and then developer tools. And as you can see, this is what we have hey JS. This of course directly open up for us the console, but actually we can open the elements, source, network, performance, memory, application, security, lighthouse. This Redux is an Chrome extension, doesn't matter. Anyway, the idea of to leave a message that we can, if we came here and write anything, just like start of the code, and then if we hit save and go back and refresh this, as you can see we got syntax error, which is the idea behind this. But if we came here and start by // and then hit on save, if we go back now and refresh, as you can see our code works successfully. Very well. Now what if we came here before this console log and pass this // and then hit save. If we go back, as you can see the message disappeared. What that mean actually that by this way our code convert to a string to a comment string. Very well. There is actually another way to write a comment, but this time this way allow us simply to write a many lines of code. instead of hit double slash, we can just say slash asterisk asterisk slash, and anything we will write it between this JavaScript will consider it as comment. Let's just copy this console, paste it here. We can just also say alert, pass anything, can pass this many times as we want. This will actually never work because it's, as you can see, it's a comment. If you go back and refresh the page, as you can see, we didn't see anything. Very well. There is actually a simple way that allow us, or a simple shortcut actually allow us to convert any comment to a code, or any code to a comment. For example, if we copy these lines here and paste it here and hit on save, and if we go back and refresh the page, as you can see, we got hey.js, hey.s, and of course we got the alert. But now we can simply convert this directly to a comment by select it and then use this shortcut, which is control with /. If we save now, go back, refresh, as you can see, nothing happened. And if we want to return it back, we can just select on that and also use the same shortcut, which is control /. Very well. I think that's all what we want to learn about JavaScript commands. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learn about variables. As a matter of fact, if we want to define the variables inside JavaScript syntax, we need to use one of three keywords. First it called var keyword, and second it called let, and the third it called const. And later on the course we'll start learn about the difference between them. For now we can use any one of them. Let's just say that we have var, and then we pass the variable name. We can just call it text, and then we can put data inside that variable. We can just say this will equal, pass double quotes, and inside this double quotes we can pass string data. For example, mock.js. Not just that, we can actually now use this variable. How can we use it? We can make anything with that variable. Since that we got data, so we can use this data. For example, we can pass it to the console. We can just say console.log and pass any data through it. For example, this text. I just hit save. Also, we can pass it inside this index.html. And just say document.write and pass this text. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we have. We have mock.js. Now what if we want to change the data inside this variable? Very well, it's very simple. We can just come here and say this text will equal and pass a new data. For example, learn with mock. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we have. We have learn with mock. Very well. Now what if we actually came here and say var text? If you note this, we got now reassign a value, a variable with the same name. As a matter of fact, this inside other language might cause error, but inside JavaScript syntax it will not cause any error. But in general, this is not correct way to do this. This is not the clean code. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, everything works fine. But in general, this is not the correct way to do this. Very well. Now we want to talk about the number and string data types. Let's just comment that out as we already learned before. Let's just came here and write in a comment just like num and string. As a matter of fact, if we start by defining a variable, let's just call it string or text, and pass any data inside double quotes, just like JavaScript. This data actually, or this kind of data type, it calls string. Alright, let's just define another variable, but this time let's just call it number. And as a matter of fact, this kind, now if we pass any number, this for example 10 or 1, any number from 1 to infinity, by this way it actually call init or integer. Also we have another kind of number which we call it float number. If we have any number and after this number we got any number after this dot, for example this number here, this kind it called float. Very well. And as a matter of fact, we can make many things with this 3 variables. For example, let's just come here and say console.log. Here we can just say this number and make any math calculation. For example, we can just make this +2 or 3. We can just duplicate this and say this float number, not just that, and we can connect it or combine it with the string number, bypass dot, or actually bypass comma, and then pass the string inside double quotes or even inside single quotes. For example, any data. If we hit save and go back, refresh this, as you can see, this is what we have. We have 13, and here we got our float number concatenated with the string data. Very well. I think that's all what I want to learn in this lecture. Let's learn about variables on the next lecture. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will learn about variables, and as a matter of fact we will specially focus on 3 data types. First it called boolean, and the second it called undefined, and the third it called null. Let's just define the variable. We can just call it is running, and let's give it a boolean as a data type. And the boolean mean that we have even true or false. Each one of them, of course, represents something. We will use it later on the conditions. Anyway, let's just say this will have true as a value, and then let's just pass it to the console, and let's add another log function, but this time let's just check the type of this variable. If we hit save and open up the page on a browser, refresh, as you can see we got true, and the type of this is actually boolean. So what if we change this to false? As a matter of fact, we will have the same type, because as I told you, we should have even true or false. Let's refresh this. As you can see, we still have boolean. Very well. Now let's just duplicate this here, and let's comment that out, and then let's just come here and change this variable name. We can just call it app name. Alright, but this time we will not give this any data. We will define it and we will not give it any value. If we hit save and go back, refresh the page, as you can see this is what we have, and this is the second type of data type that we want to discover and learn about, which is undefined. In that case, undefined represents something which is that we didn't have any value added or put it inside this variable. So this is mean that if we came here and make this equal to undefined and hit on save, we will have the same result on the console. Let's refresh the page. As you can see, this is what we have. Very well. Now let's just discover the third data type, which is null. Let's just change the variable name. Let's just call it null var, and let's give it null as a value. We just hit on save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. On line 12 we got null, and the line after that we got object without anything else. This is mean that is actually null represent that we have null object. We will learn more about it on a second. Let's just for now take that out. Just hit on save, and let's go through this index.html. We want to see a live example for this, and then let's just add h1 with id, for example test. Let's just close up this, and now let's go back and let's console log. We want to actually to take that, or to select that element, and the way to do this by say document dot get element by id and pass the id name. And as a matter of fact, we will pass a wrong id. We will start by pass wrong id, of course. The id name was test. Let's just call it test x. Let's just hit on save, and let's duplicate this line, but this time we want to check the type of this. Very well. Let's just go back and let's refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We still have null and object. On the line 16 we have null, and on line 17 we have object. Why? Because we have a null object. This is the result of this. So what if we change this to the correct name of id? Let's go back, let's hit save, let's refresh the page. As you can see, we got the element, and here we have the kind of that element, which is object. Very well. Now we can take that out for now, and by this way we can simply take any or select any object and make whatever we want with that object. For example, we can just say that we got a variable, that variable called test, and we want to put this object inside this test, this object that have id of test. Also, we can make something else. Let's just define another variable. We can actually get that URL here by this way. You can just say href. This href will equal location.href. Let's just log this test. Also, let's just log the href. Just hit on save, go back, refresh. As you can see, the element that we selected on line 22 and the href that we already get it and put it on this href variable. Very well. Now last thing we want to learn on this lecture, that we can actually write an HTML code and put it on a variable and put all this inside the body here. We can just come here and then let's just define the variable. We'll just call our variable HTML, and then we want actually to write the HTML code here. We want to write a paragraph tag, open and closing the tag. We can just say mock. Great. Right, but as a matter of fact, what if we want to put id attribute or any attribute that we want? For example, id equal
test. As a matter of fact, this will cause an error. We need to put this between two backquotes, or we can just come here and make backslash, and came here and make another backslash. This will work. This is the first case, and then let's just say document.write. We want to write this HTML. We just hit on save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We have mock grade. Alright, now let's just duplicate this line 2 times. And here we want to write this by different way. And we can just remove all this and add backquotes here and put all this inside backquotes. Let's just cut this and put it here. Very well. Let's just hit on save, and the third example here, let's just change this variable to 1, HTML1, also the text inside paragraph 1, and here 2, HTML2. Also we can change the ID name, and here if we remove on the last example, if we remove the backslash, as you can see, this will give us syntax error. Let's see this anyway before we fix it. Let's go back, refresh. As you can see, we got uncaught syntax error. To fix that error, we can put it inside single quote. If we hit save and go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we have. We have mock grade, mock 1, mock grade 2. Very well. I think that's all what we want to learn on this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learning about variable naming rules. The general rules for constructing names for variables are that the names can contain letters, digits, underscore, and $sign. Names must begin with the letter. Names can also begin with $sign or underscore. Names are case sensitive, meaning y small and y capital different variables. Reserved words like JavaScript keywords such as if or var itself or else, etc. cannot be used as the names for the variable. Let's just take an example for this. If we can just say var anything, just like mock equal any data empty string, for example, we cannot start this name of the variable by a %mark. As you can see, it seems that we got an error here. Very well. Also, we cannot start with any other mark such as at or sharp. As you can see, private identifiers are not allowed in variable declaration. This is returned to us from the Visual Studio syntax. Very well. This is the not correct or unallowed marks to start naming variable. Very well. So let's just see an example for the correct. For example, you can just say var mock equal also nothing, but this time we can start this with the for example $sign. This actually correct. Also we can start, as you can see, there is no error appear here, or else we can start naming our variable by underscore. If we go back here, by the way, we cannot also use the forward slash or backslash or numbers, of course. This also not allowed. Very well. Here inside the correct part, by the way, we can use a number at the end or between any of this character variable name. For example, you can just come here and say 2, 2 or 4, 4, and at the end of the name of the variable we can use this numbers. I think that's all. Let's just take this out first. Let's just define a new two variables with the same name, but each one of them start with different character case. As you can see, on the first variable that call mock, we start with M small, and here we start with M capital. Very well. Now let's just pass it to the console. We need to pass this mock with small. Also we can, or let's just say document dot write and pass the mock capital. If we hit save and go back, refresh, as you can see here we got a mock new JS course. This one's here, but at the same time we got on the console mock JavaScript, which is the different variable that represent first variable. Very well, this is the idea behind this. And now the last thing we need to discuss, the keywords that we actually cannot use it as the name of the variables. First keyword that we cannot use it, as a matter of fact, all keywords inside JavaScript cannot use it as a name of the variable. Very well. For example, var itself, we cannot name our var by var, right? Also, we cannot name it with let. Also, we cannot name it with const. Also, we cannot name it with if, or else, or switch, or for data type, a non-data type such as false, or true, or undefined, or null, etc. Very well. I think that's all what we want to learn about naming the variable. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learn how to use backquote to mix between variables and string, and even we can make any math calculation we want inside this to backquote. For example, let's just start by define the variable. Let's just say var name, and this name we can put on any value, for example string value that call mock academy. Alright, now let's just define another variable and name it HTML, anything. And the idea here that we want to pass an HTML elements and pass it inside this index.html. But many times, as a matter of fact, we need to pass a variable or constant on a future inside this static part. For example, with the normal way, we can just say that we want to pass this name and we want to pass an element or an HTML element and put them together inside this HTML variable. We can just say plus and two double quotes, and here between two double quotes we can just pass our HTML element, paragraph. We can just say hey JS. Let's close this, and then let's just try this. Let's just say document dot write and pass this HTML to it. If we hit save and open up the browser, refresh, as you can see, this is what we have. We have mock academy, and then we have this hey JS. We can actually use another way to do this mission. Let's just remove this line here and let's add this back quotes, and using back quotes we can do this on multiple lines as we want. For example, we can start pass our name, but we need to pass it to a specific way, which is inside this syntax $sign and open and closing curly braces. And here we can pass our variable Also, let's use this one more time here, and here we can make any math calculation. For example, we can say 2 plus 3 or 2 plus 2, and we can come here and pass any string data that will convert it, of course, to HTML data here. For example, we can pass this data h1 and pass to a style color red welcome, and inside this we got paragraph. Let's just close up this paragraph. Very well. Now let's just hit on save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We have Mock Academy 4, which is the result of the math calculation here. And then we got welcome to JavaScript. Very well. I think that's all what we want to learn. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about arithmetic operators inside JavaScript language. Very well. Let's just start by something simple. Let's just start by defining two variables. Let's just say that we got a first variable called a. Let's give it a value, a number value of, for example, 4. Let's add another one. This time we just call it b. And let's just start with the first operator, which is plus. Plus, of course, represent add or addition. Let's just make this operation and pass it to the console, directly to the console. We can just say a plus p, hit save. We can make any space or without any space. Let's go back, refresh. We got 6. Very well. The same with the subtraction, of course. We can just say a minus b. I just hit save, refresh. We got 2. Of course, if we say p minus a, this will not give us any error or anything like this. It will give us minus. Refresh. We got minus 2. Very well. After that, we got the multiplication. If we came here and say p asterisk, this means that we want to multiply p with a. If we go back, refresh, we got 8. Very well. After the multiplication, we got the exponentation, which is, if you know more about the math, you'll understand that here all what we do is that we say p. If we came here, for example, and add double asterisk, this is mean that we say that p power of a. Let's just replace this with normal numbers. For example, 2 power of 3. Let's just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got 8. Very well. After that, we got the definition. If we want to divide number on number, we use slash. For example, we can just say a divided on p. This forward slash represent divide. If we go back, refresh, we got 2. Very well. After that, we got the modulus. If we came here, let's just replace this with, if we keep it like this, this will return to us 0. Of course, if we add this percent simple, if we hit save and go back, refresh, this will give us 0. And now if we replace this a and p, or for example, we can replace only this a by 1 or 0, anything. Let's just replace this this p with 2.7 or 6. Hit save, go back, refresh, it will give us 1.4. Very well. If we came here and say 2.3, hit save, go back, refresh, this is what we have. Very well. After the modulus, we got the increment and the decrement. Remove this and say console.log and start with the increment. And the increment, if we add double plus. This is mean that we want to increment that number. Of course, we cannot do this with anything else. It should be number data type, and this is mean that we add 1 for this number. We want to add 1 for this number. If we say a plus plus, hit save, go back. As a matter of fact, this will not affect for our numbers. Why? Because this is mean that we from here this log start print the number and then increment it. This is mean if we came here and say console log a, this will give us 5 because we did increment this number. As you can see, this is what we have here. Also, this is mean that if we came here, let's just remove this and let's just start with the incremented first. I just hit save, refresh. This will give us directly 5. The same also with the decrement. If we add double minus, this will represent, or actually this will return to us the number -1. If we go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we have. We have 3. Very well. I think that's all what we want to learn about arithmetic operators. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learn how to use assignment operators inside JavaScript syntax. As you can see, this is the list of our assignment operators. We start with equal, and you will see that the common between all of them is this equal. If we start with the equal, if we say x equal y, this is mean simply that x equal y. We give the x variable, for example, the value of variable y. But if we came here and say this equal x plus equal y, this is mean that we say x equal x plus y. We didn't change the value here. We added to the value for the x value itself. Let's just start learn this by doing. Let's just define 3 variables. First one, let's just call it num1, give it any value, for example 4, add another one, let's just call it num2 and give it 2 as a number, as a value, add another one, let's just call it num3 and let's just leave it as well without any value. Here we can just say num3 equal num1. Let's pass it to the console to see the value of this num3 after we did add it to it, after we did say that will equal num1. If we go back, refresh, as you can see, we got 4. Very well. Let's just now take this out and let's just come here and say that that number 1 plus equal number 2, and let's pass it to the console. num1. I just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got 6. So this is the operation here. Instead of say that num1 will equal num1 plus num2, we use this plus equal operators. If we came here and take that out, hit save, go back, we will have the same result, which is 6. Very well. After plus equal, we can test minus equal, go back, refresh, we got 2. So what if we start with number 2, and of course we want to log it, and here we want to say number 2, and here mine number 1. If we go back, I think this time we will have -2. As you can see, this is what we have. Very well, because it's simply normal logic math. After this, we can just test asterisk equal, which is mean that we say number 2 equal this variable here equal this variable by this num1. If we go back, refresh, 8. Very well. We can also use divided. Go back, refresh, we got half and n. We can just use this modulus or this percent equal, which is represent of course modulus. Refresh, we got 2. Very well. And at the end we can use double asterisk, which is of course represent this number 2 will equal this number 2 power of number 1. If we go back, refresh, we got 16. I think that's all what we want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about outer HTML and outer text property. As you can see here, we have elements that call header, and this element header we got inside of a ID it call also header. Inside this element itself we got h1 element, and we have this message welcome to mock, and the idea is that we want to control this element here using outer HTML and outer text. If we go back, we will actually start to learn outer HTML, which is simply sets or returns the HTML element and all its content, including the start tag itself and the end of course. For this, let's just create a variable. Let's just call it header, and we want to put our element, this header element, inside this variable. For this we can just say document getElementsBy ID header, and I want you to understand what we will have when we use this outer HTML. For this we can just say alert, or we can log it, but we can directly alert header outer HTML. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is the result. We got this element, this tag start and this end of this tag that include ID of header, and also we have this h1. This is mean that if we try to change the data inside this element or this tag using outer HTML, this will completely remove the old one. Let's just test this. Let's just take that out, and let's just come here and say this header outer HTML equal, just use backquotes. We want to pass any message inside the paragraph, just like love JS. I just close the tag, hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We have love.js, but note that it's the old header tag has been gone and has been replaced with this paragraph. Very well, and this is outer HTML. And now after outer HTML, we want to learn about the outer text property, which sets or returns the text content of the specific node. This property is similar to the inner text property. We'll learn more about it later. In fact, getting the outer text return the same result as getting the inner text. Also, we'll learn more about it later on the next lecture. And the important difference between them when we set an element's outer text, because the element itself is removed. Let's just test this. We didn't take this out, so let's just come here and say alert header dot outer text. Just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is returned to us the text inside this element that we selected. Very well. If you go back here, you'll see the text is welcome to mock, the same text that we have here. Alright, what if we try to say alert, or I'm sorry, let's just take that alert out and it just say header outer text will equal anything, for example h2, or let's just add any paragraph, let's just say new text. Alright, let's just add the close up tag, go back, refresh, and as you can see, this is what we have, because if you come here, you'll see that has been changed with text, not with the HTML tag. So this is what we have here. This is mean that also outer text remove the old tag, but instead of send HTML tag or code just like what we did here, this actually send a text, which is the main difference between them. Very well, I think that's all what we want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. As I told you in our last lecture, on this lecture we will start learn how to use inner HTML and inner text property. Very well, as you can see here, we still have the element header with the ID header. Inside of it we got h1, and inside this h1 we got this simple message. Very well, if you go back to our app.js, we will start learn about the inner HTML. Let's just start by defining a variable. Let's just call it header, and we want to put this variable inside this header inside a variable. We can just say document getElementsBy id header. Alright, and let's simply start by say what we will have when we use this inner HTML. We can just say alert header inner HTML. I just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, unlike what we did with the outer HTML, using inner HTML we will have the tags inside that tag that we already selected. If we go back and change this with the outer HTML, you'll see that we will have that tag itself. If you go back and refresh, as you can see, this is what we will have. Very well, let's just make this inner, and let's just say what we will have when we try to use it to change the data. Let's just say header inner HTML will equal backquotes paragraph. We can just change it with anything, for example h2 new data. For example, let's just close up the tag, hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we will have. If you note this time, this inner HTML didn't remove h1 for us, didn't remove the header tag for us. It actually removed the h1 tag for us and replace it with this h2. If we came here and make this just empty, it will do the same. If you came here and refresh, as you can see, we actually have empty space. Very well, this is all about inner HTML. Now we want to start to learn about inner text. And simply inner text property sent returns the text content of the specific node and all its descendants. Very well, we can just say we didn't take this header out, so we can just say alert. We want to alert this header inner text. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, we still have this welcome to mock. Alright, if we come here, let's just take that out for now and say header inner text say this will equal, we can just say welcome, or for example Java PHP go, hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We have text, replace it with the old element, which is the h1, and this is the text, the new text that we have, Java PHP go. Very well. I think that's all I want to learn. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about JavaScript console methods. Very well. As you can see, the first method that we have, that's log method, which is simply output any data types that we pass to it. We already learned about it before. Let's move directly to the next, which is the assert method. It is very simple method that simply writes an error message to the console if the assertion is false. Let's just test this. Let's just say console assert, and let's pass any message to it. Let's pass to it any data, any normal data, for example this string JS with mock. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see we will not have anything inside the console. But if we came here and say console assert and pass a variable, for example mock, which is, or we didn't even have, or we didn't yet define this variable, this will return an error. Let's just go back, refresh. As you can see we got a cut reference error, mock is not defined on line 8. This is mean that we came here and pass false directly to the assert. It will return to us an error, assertion error. Let's just go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We have assertion field on line 8. Very well. This is all about assert. Now let's just let's talk about the error method, which is simply output an error message to the console. Let's just test this. Let's just find a variable. Let's just call it error, and let's just say server error, and let's just say console.error and pass this string variable to it. Let's just go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We have this X mark, red X mark, and here we got server error. This is the error message that we pass it to the console using error. Also we got this info. It's similar that we have with log. You just test it anyway. You just say console.info. You just say mock. Good. It's very simple, but let's just see what we will have when we pass any message to the warn. It will simply return to us a warning message, just like server warning anything. Let's just go back, refresh. As you can see, we got a mock, which is on line 15. This is what we have, and then we got this warning message that tells us server warning on line 17. This is what we have. Very well. And then we got clear, which is simply clear out the console, all the data that we already passed it to the console before we call it. For example, let's just say console.log, or I'm sorry, console clear, and then let's just come here and say console.log and pass any message. As a matter of fact, all this data that we passed to the console using error, info, warn, or anything else, any method else, it will remove, and we will have this message here. Let's just test this. As you can see, this is what we have. We got console was cleared, and then we got this message. Very well. Let's just take this out, and then we got this count, which is simply logs the number of times that this particular call to count has been called. Let's just test this by ourselves. Let's just say console.count. Also, we can mark to it with any name that we want. For example, mock. Let's just call this many times. Let's just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got count 1 or mock 1, mock 2, mock 3. Also, we can pass any any message or any different name, this will start from the beginning. Let's just duplicate this, and let's just come here, and let's just say that we got JS. This will allow count to start count from 1. Again, let's just test it, refresh. As you can see, this is what I have. We got mock 1, mock 2, mock 3, and then we got JS1, JS2, JS3. Very well. Now we got group collapse, which is simply creates a new inline group in the console. However, the new group is created collapse. The user will need to use the disclosure button to expand it. We will see this. We will see also the difference between group collapse and group. Let's just come here and say that we got console group collapse, and then let's just this method actually allows us to pass any name to the group. For example, let's just say group name. Alright, and here we can pass any message to the console inside this group collapse, or between this open and the closing group collapse. We can just say console.log msg. We can just say console.error. Can just say error msg, anything. And here we can simply we can call this group end to actually exists the current inline group in the console. This will group all that console data inside this group name. I just say console dot group end, and just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We have this group name. If we click on this closer button, it will give us the data or the console message that we have inside this group name. Unlike what we have with the group collapse, when we try to pass or use this group, it will actually be open by default. Let's just use this. You just say console.group. For example, we can just call it server, and we can just say console.warm. We can just say server running. We can just come here and say console.end group or group end. I just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is the difference between them. Here we got this bottom already open. When we refresh, you'll see directly the message server running. Very well. Now last thing we have, which is actually times, which is simply calculate the time for if we have any operation. This will calculate for us how it will take. For example, we can just say console.time, and let's just define a variable, put inside this variable this HTML code, and simply let's pass it to right inside our body, and then let's just pass this time end, console.time end, which is simply will stop our timer. Let's just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. This take 0.31 millisecond. Very well. I think that's all what we want to learn about JavaScript console methods. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learn how to debug errors inside JavaScript. For example, if we have anything does not work or does not work just like we expect, how can we discover this and fix it? Very well. Let's just go back to our index.html, and for now let's just take this script with SOC out, and let's just create a new script without src, and let's just write our code here. For example, let's just say that we want to alert any message. Let's just say mock message, but let's just come here and change this A to capital A, and then let's just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is the idea. We didn't have any alert window appear here, but inside the console, if we right click as already learned and go through the console, the error actually will appear inside the console. As you can see, we got the reference error, alert is not defined, and we can use this to discover which line exactly we got this error. As you can see, this tells us that inside index.html on line 13. If we go back here, we can simply fix this, and let's just replace the old one with the correct one. Very well. Also, we may have that we say console.low, but let's just say that we forgot to write it correct. Let's just say msg, save, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got this mock message, but we still have an error. Why? Because also this console low, it is not function. If we came here, you'll see that the error on index.html line 15. So we can simply go back and correct this to log, hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, now everything works fine. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learning about some methods that help us with these string values. Very well. Let's just start by coming here inside our index, and let's just start by add h1 element, and let's just add to title, add id, and we can just pass anything on it. Very well, and let's go back to our app.js, and we will now start learn about the first method, which is called toUpperCase, which is a very simple method that convert a string to uppercase letters. Let's just start by defining the variable. Let's just call it text, and let's put on it a value of string that have a normal message just like this. And now the idea that we want to convert all this string to uppercase letters. We can just say text equal text dot to uppercase. Simple as that. Now we have actually this string with uppercase. Let's just see this. Let's just say console.log text, hit save, go back, refresh, right, go through the console. As you can see, this is what we have now. We have a string with uppercase letters. Very well, let's just put it, let's just ignore to use the console, and let's directly put it inside the HTML tag. Let's just say document getElementsBy ID, title, innerHTML equal this text. Go back, refresh. As you can see, this is much more cleaner for you, I think. Very well, since now that we got a string all of it with uppercase letters, that string inside this text variable, so we can use this to test our next method, which is actually convert strings to a lowercase letters that called toLowerCase. So you can just come here and say text equal text dot to lowercase. Simple as that. Let's just copy this line here, paste it here, hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, all our string convert to lowercase. Very well, let's just take all this out for now. And now let's just talk about our concat method, which is very simple method that we can use it to combine between two strings. Let's just say that we got a variable. We can just call it first name. Let's give it anything, for example Ahmed. Let's add another one. Let's just call it last name Khalaf. Alright, and we can just come here and say this. Let's define another one. Let's just call it full name or full name, yeah. Alright, and we can simply say this first name dot concat, and we can pass to this last name if we want to start with the last name. So we need to start with the last name here and add after that this concat. Overall, let's just now say let's copy this line here and let's paste it here to put it inside our element, and let's pass to this full name. Let's just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what I have. By the way, we can do this by simple way. Let's just take this out. We can simply, instead of use concat, we can just say this full name equal this first name plus this last name. Also, we can use this to make a space between them. For example, we can add plus here and add empty space with double quotes. If we go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we have now. After this, we have this trim method, which simply removes a white space from both sides of string. For example, if we got a string, let's just say that we have a variable, this variable called new text, and we have space, big space here and big space here. You can just say this new text will equal this new text dot trim. As simple as that. Let's just put it inside our element. Let's just replace this full name with this new text. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. If we come inside the elements, open up the body, you'll see that we didn't have any space. If we take this down, you will note that now we will have a space here. As you can see, space is actually here. For all, after this, we have a function that actually allow us to return a specific character by index. For example, we can just say that we got note that we use let or var. We can use any one of them. Let's just define the variable. We can just call it name, and we can just come here and say mock academy. Alright, now let's just define another one. Let's just call it index, and here we can just say this name dot chart add, and here we need to pass the index. For example, the index here 1 2 3 4. Let's just check this, hit save, and let's just come here and put it inside our element that have ID of title. Let's just say index, hit save, go back, refresh. As a matter of fact, we don't have any data. Why? Because we should actually start count from 0. So if you come here, you will see that M inside 0 index, here O inside 1, C inside 2, K inside 3, and the empty space actually inside 4. So this is mean that if we change this with 5, we will have A or capital A, which is represent this character here. If we go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we have. Very well. I think that's all what I want to learn on this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will learn about some methods that help us to deal with the string value. As you can see here inside our index.html we got h1 element with id title. For all, let's close this and let's go through our app.js. And the first method that we want to learn about, it's actually called length, which is simply return out to us the length of a specific string. Let's just define the variable, let's just call it text, and let's put on it any data. As you can see, this is what I have here. And then let's just define another variable, let's just call it len, and here we can just say this len will equal to this text dot length. And now let's just simply put this length inside our element. And just say document.getElementsBy id title.innerHTML len. For all, let's just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is the number of the character that we have. Note that actually if we came here and remove this space, this will actually consider as a number or as a character, this empty space. So this is mean that will decrement it by 1. As you can see, this is what we have. So what we will have if we remove all this, as a matter of fact, we will have 0. Refresh, this is what we will have. Very well. So this is all about this length method. Now we have another method that actually called indexOf, which is a simple method to return the position of the first occurrence of the specific value in a string. Very well. Note that if we actually didn't have or we cannot find this method actually will return -1 if the value of course not found. And note also that it's actually case sensitive. So let's just say index, let's just say let index, this index will equal text dot index of, we can just say index of love. Refresh, go back. Note that we actually need to put it inside this document. Also we can directly pass it to the console. Anyway, hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see on index 2. So why we didn't have actually this inside, if you come here, this actually start from index 2. So why this doesn't mark or select this index here? Because this is the dimension of this index. We got a specific index for this region. So anyway, what if we came here and say this L not capital, it's small. We don't have this love, so I think we will have -1. I think that's all about this index of. And now we got a new method which is actually called last index of, which is, you can call it that it's simply reversed of this last index. If we copy all this data here and let's just take it out and let's just come here and paste it here and let's just say that we search for this love. Remember that we got love here and love here inside this text. So now instead of use this index of, we will use last index of. Very well. Now let's just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We got 31, which is actually have the all missions. It's actually work just like this index of, but you can call it reversed. For example, it actually return the index position of the last occurrence of specific value in a string. It's actually search for a string from the end to beginning. Very well. This is all about this last index of. Now we have search, which is simply work exactly like our index of method. Let's just take this out, came here, and let's just say that we got a variable. The variable, we can just call it search. This search will equal to this text dot search. We want search for what? I think we can just search for width. Note that we got width duplicated here, paste it here, and let's directly put it inside our element. And just say search. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We have all line on index actually 18. This is, note that all of this return to us the index for this, the start index for what we looking for. Now the last two methods that we have, it actually a little bit similar. Each one of them search for a specific index or specific strings. Actually, this one it called startsWith, which is method return true. If string start with specific string, we pass it to it. Otherwise, it return false, and it actually case sensitive. Also, this endsWith work by the same way, but it actually check if the string end with specific string. Let's just test this. You can just copy this, take this out, and let's just come here, and we can just say that we got a variable. We can just call it start equal this text dot start with. We want to check if this start with what? I. Alright, we can duplicate this, start equal text dot start with. We can just give it anything, just like love, and let's just take that out, and let's just put the result or the returned data inside our h1. Let's just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, since that we start with I, this return to us true. So what if we came here and take that out, return this n, and now we ask our start with if our text value start with the love, with this name actually that we pass it to it. If we go back, refresh, it return to us false. Very well. The same actually is here. For this, we can just come here, paste this, take the old one out, just replace this start with end. Let's just do it here too, and let's just do it here too. Very well. And let's just sort by check, say this variable that call innerText endsWith. If we go back, you'll see that our string end with mock. So I just say that if with this end with, for example, go or with anything, hit save, go back, refresh. Actually, it returned to us false. So what if we check if this end with mock? Note that actually these two methods, it's case sensitive. So if we say this with mock, and actually we end with mock but with capital M, so this for our methods, it's actually two different words. Very well. This is mean that we will have false. Refresh, we have false. I just assign this and make it M capital. Now we will have true. Very well. I think that's all what we want to learn on this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will learn about two new methods that allow us to deal with the string values.
Very well, as you can see here, we got this h1 tag. Inside of it we got this title inside index.html. And the first method that we want to learn about, it actually called replaced, which is a method search for a string, for a value or regular expression, and it return a new string with the value replaced, and it actually does not change the original string. For this we can just come here. As you can see, we got this text variable. Inside of it we got I $love JavaScript I love mock, and let's just say this text will equal text dot replaced. We do this mission here because we want to reevaluation this, since that it actually does not change the original string. Alright, we want to replace something inside this text. Now we want to replace this value, which is this $, with empty space. Very well, let's just put the new value inside our h1. We can just say document getElementsBy ID, this title, innerHTML will equal text. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, the first one has been updated, but the second doesn't update it. For this, we can just come here and remove all this and add double slash and backslash, and here we can just pass our regular expression. I just hit save, go back, refresh. I think we got something is not right. Yes, I think we need to add G here. This G meaning that we want to replace all this regular expression along our text. Go back, refresh. As you can see, all that $sign along our text has been removed. If we came here and add another one, hit save, go back, refresh, you will not see it anymore. Very well, let's just take this out. And what if we want to do it with normal value, not regular expression? It's actually the same, but we didn't add this backslash here, so we can just copy this, directly paste it here, but instead of pass this backslash, we will pass it like this. We can just change this I or this love. I think we need to change this love. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, has been removed or changed with this empty. We can just change it with much. I just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have now. Very well. Note that actually if we remove this G, it will actually change the first one only. Go back, refresh. As you can see, it has been changed or replaced here, but it's still here, love. Note that actually also we can, if we want to change only one element or the first element, we can put it inside double quotes. Very well. Note that also this actually normally it case sensitive, so this is mean that if we came here and say this L with lowercase, it means that will not work. If we go back, refresh, as you can see, doesn't change it on the first element and on the second because it is simply case sensitive. If we come here and add I, this will convert it to non-case sensitive. If we go back, refresh, first had been changed but the second doesn't change it. If we want to pass or change all, you need to add G before this I. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, has been changed on the first and on the second. Very well, I think that's all about this replaced. Now we need to talk about new one, which is called actually substring,
which is simple method that extracts character between indices, position from string, and return a substring. Let's just add a new variable. You can just call it new text, and we can put any data, mock JavaScript course. Alright, and then let's just define another one. Let's just call it sub. This sub will equal this new text dot this substring. This substring actually normally it has to take two attributes. The first one actually the first and the second attribute are number, of course, because it's actually represent the index. Index mean the numbers here for that start from 0 and end to the length of that string. If you want to know the length of string, you can of course use length method. Anyway, the first one it actually are required, but the second does not require. If we start from the index here, know that represents G, it may be index 6 or anything like this, it will give you all that, and you can select the first index and the last index. Let's just test this. We can just say start from 5, and now let's just copy this line here, paste it here, and let's put this up. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, it actually start from the index 5, and at the end of this string, if we add anything here, any data here, it will actually appear now. Refresh. As you can see, this is what I have. So now what if we select the start index and the end index? If we, for example, came here and say that we start from index 5 to index 9, for example, this will actually select to us this Java only. If we go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we have. I think that's all what we want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learn about arrays. Arrays is a special variable which can hold more than one value that simply can be with any data types. We will start learn how to define an array, get specific index, update an array, delete. Let's just start by defining, and we actually define an array by add this square brackets. For example, we can just say var, and let's just name it R or array, anything. This will equal square brackets. This is mean that we got now an empty array. Let's just put some variable inside this array with different data types. For example, string include value of hey JS, boolean, also integer, and by the way, we can put anything inside an array, include array data type itself, so we can put an array inside an array. Let's just put it by add brackets on index 3, because actually we start count from inside the array, we start counting from 0. This is mean that this hey.js represent 0 index, this represent 1 index, this 2, this 3. So inside the index 3 we put an array. They just put on it any data, for example PHP and Golang, and we can put any data. For example, let's just say true. Very well. Now let's just say how can we get a specific index. First, let's just print this array by say console log or hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We have the numbers of the elements inside that array, and then we got this collapse here. Let's just click on it. As you can see, on index 0 we got hey.js, index 1 we got false, 2 we got 10, and inside index 3 we got another array that include 3 elements, PHP, Golang, true. Very well. let's just say how can we get a specific index. Let's just put it inside the log. We can just say the variable name that have that array, and then we pass this square brackets, and then we specify the specific index that we want to get it. If we want this AJS, we need to specify that index 0. Let's just duplicate this, and here we can just say that we got index 1. Let's just hit save, which is, by the way, represent this false. Let's just go back, refresh. As you can see, we got this AJS, and then we got this false. And note that actually this here tells us that the length is actually 4. But by the way, look at these elements here. The last one is actually 3, or inside index 3. This is mean that we came here. Let's just say console.log array.length. This will give us the length of the array. Go back, refresh, 4. And we can use this by get the last index inside that array. The first index always should be 0 because we start count from 0, but the last index we can get it by this way. We can just say console.log that array, and then we add square brackets. Inside the square brackets we say that array dot length, but since that we start count from 0, not from 1, we need to come here and say -1. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is give us the array that inside that array, that which is actually inside this index 3, or the last index inside our array. Very well. Now if we want to get that a specific index that inside that array, that inside our main array, we can just came here and say console log, or add this square brackets. We need first to specify the location of our array, which is inside index 3, and then we add another square brackets, and we specify the element that inside that array that we want, because this actually also start count from 0. So this is mean that PHP in element or inside index 0. Just say that we want to get this Golang, which is in element 1. I just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got this Golang. Now what if we actually try to look for an index that does not found inside our array? Actually it's outside our length. Let's just say our for example inside index 20. As a matter of fact, this will return to us undefined. Let's just go back, refresh. As you can see, we got undefined. Very well. Now let's just talk about the updating the array. Let's just define the new variable, put on it new array. Let's just call it data, and we want actually to update some elements inside this array. It's actually very simple. We start first by define the or to select that element that we want to update it, and then we pass equal, and then we pass the new data, which is, by the way, can be different from the original data types. For example, this hey here, we can change it with a new data type, for example boolean or integer or another array. Let's just see this by ourselves. Let's just say this data, and then we need to select it, so we need to add the square brackets, and then the index, we want to say this will equal to for example, let's just say we want to change it with, for example, 200. Also, let's just start by change the data inside this array by select it first. It actually inside location 4, because here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. We want to change this this false, which is actually inside location or inside index 2, and we can change it with anything, for example JavaScript. Very well. Now we can simply come here and say console log data. We want to see our data now. Let's just go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We have on the index 0 to 100, and inside this array we got this JavaScript instead of false. So this is all about the updating the array. Now what if we want to remove an element that inside this array? We can just come here. First, let's take this out. We can select that element that we want to delete it. We can just say that we want to delete that element 0 inside actually index 0. We simply come here and add delete keyword. This will delete element 0 for us, or element with index 0 for us. Let's just see our array after we delete the first element. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We still actually have an array that have 5 elements, but the idea here that the element 0 is empty. We didn't have any data inside this element 0. Also, let's check this. You'll see that we still have 5 as a length of the array. If you want to remove it, or if you want to remove it and also decrement this length, we need actually to use a function or method that called splice. I think that's all what I want to learn in this lecture. We need now to move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will completely learn about arrays, and we will start learn how can we delete any index inside our arrays using splice function. Splice function actually take two numbers. First represent the start index and the second represent the end index, meaning if we want to remove all that index we need to pass two numbers. First represent the start, which is by default 0, and the second represent this index number, which is in this case represent 4. Let's just test this. And but by the way, when we start deal with the first index, we cannot start pass if we want to pass one element, or if we want to remove one element, we cannot pass 0 and 0. We need to pass from 0 to 1. Let's just test this by ourselves. Let's just say this fruits splice, and let's just say that we want to remove the this banana, so we need to say 0 and 1. Now let's just say what we will have on the console when we pass this fruits to it. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got 3. We got this orange, this apple, this mango. Here all. Now what if we want to remove this orange? We cannot come here and say we want to remove from index 1 to index 2. Let's just check this, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is removed to us the orange and the apple. Well, now we have this banana and this mango. So we need here to come and say from index 1 to index 1. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is remove the orange and leave the rest. So what if we come here and say only pass one number? Let's just check what we will have. Go back, refresh. As you can see, we got this banana. So what if we change this to 2? Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, we now have this banana and this orange. Why? Because this orange actually inside the element 1, and we start now a splice, or actually remove the rest of that array starting from this 2. And this is how can we use this splice. Very well. Now let's just talk about this push method, which is simply add a new element to our array, but at the end. Let's just test this. Let's just say this fruits dot push, and let's push any string, or we can push any data types, as you know. Let's just say QE, and then let's just print our array. I just say console log fruits, hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We have this new element inside at the end of that list or array. So now we got another one that call unshift, which is actually do the same logic or the same mission, but actually it pass it at the beginning of that array. Let's just remove this push and let's just say unshift. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got this kiwi or this new element at the beginning of this. Now we got another one that called shift, which is simply remove or did our first job that we did it here. It actually remove the first element that we have inside an array and return the rest. Let's just test it. I just say shift, it doesn't take anything. Hit save, go back, but first note that we have at the first element this banana. Go back, refresh. As you can see, this is remove our first element to us. Very well. Last thing we need to talk about on this lecture, how can we check if that variable include an array or not. For example, let's just say that we got two variables, each one of them first include an array and the second does not include an array as a data type. We can just say console.log and we can simply use a package or a method inside array that call isArray and pass to it this variable that we want to check of it. I just stop by check this simple, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is return to us true. This is mean that we actually have an array, because many times you need to make a condition if statement to check. You'll learn of course this on the future, to check first if we have an array or not. Now if we pass this pool, which is have a different data type, it can be anything else but not array, this will actually return to us false. As you can see, we got false. Very well. I think that's all I want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will completely learn about arrays, and specifically we will start learn how to use ForEach method to loop the data within the array. Let's just come here and let's just start by define a variable, put on it an array. This array include this text here. Very well. And then let's just come here and say that language is dot ForEach. And now inside this ForEach we start by define a variable. This variable actually will represent each array of them, will actually change each time we have a new array, a new data or a new index. We will understand what I mean. Let's just call it anything. We didn't say var, we actually directly hit any name. Let's just say lang. Very well. And then we pass equal and right arrow, and then we pass curly braces, and here we can have this each one of them, each index inside this array. For example, let's just say console.log, I just say indexes, and let's just pass this lang. Let's just go back here, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We have JavaScript, and then we have PHP, and then we got this Golang, and then we got this C#, and then we got this Java. The idea here that we have a full control of each one of them, each one of these indexes inside our array. By the way, we can just come here and say that we got a variable. We just call it count. This variable, let's just say this equals 0, and let's just come here and say this count each time plus plus, meaning we increment this. We already learned this before. And then we just say index plus this or comma this count, and let's just add anything here, add comma, hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have index 1, JavaScript 2, PHP 3, Golang 4, C# 5, Java. Very well. Now let's just use this on a real life example. Alright, let's just go through this index.html. Let's add 2 elements, h1, h2, programming language list, and then add ol element and give it id list. We can also come here and add some style to this. I just say that we got style for this ol, background color and add to it, to the li inside of it, the margin and the border. Very well. Now let's just go back and let's remove this data here, and we simply will use this get document getElementsBy dot getElementsBy. The id name was list, and then let's just say dot inner html. We will not say this will equal because this will give us the last element, which is Java. We will just come here and say plus equal to add the old one to the new one. This will equal, we will just add the backquotes. This will equal what? Let's just add simple li. Each one of them include that element or that index. Very well. Now let's just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We have this programming language list, JavaScript, PHP, Golang, C#, Java. Very well. I think that's all I want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learning about objects, which is data types, allow us to save any data types of arrays, boolean, string, number, function return, objects, using key and value concept. Let's just start by saying how can we create an object. Let's just say that we got a variable. This variable, let's just call it obj. This will equal. If we want to create an object, we need to add this curly braces. If we want to create an array, we add this square brackets. Alright, and then we start by add a value. This value it simply call the key. Let's just add our variable. Let's just say the variable name, which is, by the way, have the same rules of creating any normal variable, just such as that we cannot start with numbers or this different symbols, etc. Anyway, and then we add column, and then we add the value of it. For example, we can just say the name is Mark Academy. Very well. And if you want to add another one, we can just come here and say the lang, for example, and here let's just add some array data, for example PHP, JS, C#, Golang. Very well. Let's just add another one. Let's just say working. Let's just add boolean type. Very well. Also, let's add age. Here we can add integer type. Very well. Now let's just see how can we use this. Let's just first pass all this object to the console. Let's say console log object. Go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We have age, and the it's actually the key, and the value of it is 27. Name key, value Mark Academy, lang key, and value this array. Very well. Now let's just say that we want to get the data inside this age key. We can just come here and add dot and then add the key name. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got 27. Unlike we have with the array, we didn't add this practice and then the index. No, we use this key, and this is the concept of this key and value. By the way, the key should be unique. If you came here and say that we got key of age and start add a new age, for example 22. Of course we need to add a comma. This will when we try to print this age, this object, this actually will return to us one of them, and by the way it will return the last one, the last assignment. So I just go back, first serve, go back, refresh, open up this. As you can see, this is all we have age of 22. Now what if we want to get this PHP from this lang array? First let's remove this one, and let's just come here and say dot. Since that array is inside an object, so we use this dot lang. And now the data that we want to get it's actually does not inside an object, it's inside an array inside an object. So here we need to back to the array rules. We need to add square brackets and say 0. Hit save. This will return to us PHP. Go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. Very well. There is also another way to select any key inside our object, which is by this way. Let's just remove this, and now we will not use the dot, we will use brackets, but we will add here double quotes, and we will add the key name. For example, working. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is returned to us true. This is mean that we can come here and say lang, and then we add another one and add the index that we want to get it. For example, index 1. Hit save. This will return to us JS. Refresh. As you can see, this is what I have. Last thing we need to do in this lecture, that we can learn about how can we create a return function. That function actually allows us to return any data that we want, even if we have if we want to return many data inside this object itself. For example, we can just say, we can just call our function mock func, and then we specify it as a function. I know that you didn't learn about the function yet. We will learn all this later, but I just keep it as well. And then we can simply here return anything. We can return this data, this simple string data. Just go back, came here, and say this object dot mock function, and add this braces. Go back, refresh. As you can see, this is returned to us data, and we can use something that called this. You will learn about it later also, to pass any of this data. For example, this name. You just came here, add plus, hit save, go back, refresh. We got data mock academy. Very well. I think that's all what I want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. In this lecture we will completely learn about objects, and we will start by learn how can we change any data for any key inside our object. Let's just say that we want to change this name data. Let's just say this object. We simply specify or select that key, and then we pass equal, and then we pass the new value. So let's just start by select the key object dot name, and then we pass equal, and then we pass the data. By the way, it can be a different data type. For example, here the data type of this name key, it's actually string. We can change it with number, for example 22, or for example boolean just such as false. Very well, we can now come here and say console.log, and let's just see what we will have inside our object. Go back, refresh. As you can see, we got the name false. Very well. By the way, since that we need only to select this this key, this is mean that we can select it by any way. For example, we can just come here and say this object, and then add brackets, square brackets, and then specify the object. For example, this working, and this also will work. Go back, refresh. As you can see, we got this false inside our working key. Very well. By the same way, we can actually delete any key, an object that we want. For example, we can just come here and say object dot working, and we simply came here and use delete keyword. Let's just say console.log and pass this object now. Go back, refresh. Let's just say what we will have. As you can see, we got only the age, the name, the lang. Very well. And now we want to learn how can we add new key and value to our object. It is very simple. We start by call our object, and then we add the new key name that we want to create it. For example, let's just call it new key name. This will be the new key name, and then we pass equal, and then we pass the value that we want to put it inside this key. For example, new name. Very well. Let's now check what we will have inside our object. Console.log object. Let's save. Go back, refresh. As you can see, we got name mock academy, and then we got new key name, new name. Very well. This is also how can we add a new key. By the way, if we replace this by brackets and then we put it like this, this also will work. Let's check out this. Go back, refresh. As you can see, everything works fine. Very well. Now finally we want to learn how can we create an object inside object, because it's very popular and very useful inside our JS syntax. Let's just say that we got a variable. We just call this variable users. This variable will equal an object, and here we can start add a new key for our object. Let's just call it user1, for example, and let's just simply pass any object type. For example, name, for example Ahmed, and also let's just pass email. Let's pass anything, for example Ahmed at Gmail. Let's duplicate this. Very well, but not this. We need actually to pass a unique key. So this should be user2, and this should be anything else, not user1 or 2. It can be 3, which is very simple idea. Now what if we want to get or to use this object? We can just come here and say console.log. I just start by print all this object, the mother object, which is called users. Go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We have a big object inside of each one of them. We got this user, we got this user2, we got this user3. So we can just come here and say user1, hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is returned to us the first one, which is have a name of Ahmed. We can also have the name directly for it. Hit save, go back, refresh. We got this Ahmed. So if we change this with user2, hit save, go back, refresh, this give us the name of the user2. We can also get it by different way. Let's just say console.log, can just say user, add square brackets, user3. We need to get the email of this user3. Well, let's take the first one out, hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, you got this ara@gmail.com. Well, I think that's all what I want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. Before we start learning about if and else and other statements such as switch, we need to understand first the math logic, the conditional math logic actually. As a matter of fact, it's very simple logic. For example, let's just say console.log. Here, let's just add any logic. For example, what if we say 2 bigger than 1? What do you expect to have the result as a result inside our console? As a matter of fact, this will not return to us any number. It will return to us Boolean, even true or false. But on this case, this will give us true. Why? Because simply 2 is right, bigger than 1. Let's just add another one. Let's just say console.log. What if we ask if 2 smaller than 1? This time we will have false. Why? Because this 2 is actually not smaller than 1. So I just hit save, open up the browser, refresh. As you can see, here we got true and here we got false. Very well. Also, we can use another logic. For example, we can just say console.log. We can ask if this, if we have element or variable, anything, we can ask if this equal the variable 1 equal variable 2. Let's just try this using variable. Let's just call it n1 equal 1, for example. Let's just add another one. Let's just call it n2. Also, let's just make it 1. And here we can ask if this n1 is equal, which is, by the way, mean that we didn't revaluation this value. This is mean that we actually ask if this equal, if we add double equal. So if this n1 double equal, meaning equal, double to n2. Let's just go back. This will give us, we need to refresh first. I just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this will give us true. So what if we change this value of n2? Hit save, go back. This time we will have false. Very well. Why? Because now the value of n2 is different of this n1. We got another one. We can actually ask if this, let's just make it 1 again, and we can ask if this variable 1 is bigger than or equal n2 or variable number 2, or we can ask if this smaller than or equal. Let's just test this. Just say if this smaller than or equal to. Let's duplicate this. We can ask for if this n2, for example, is bigger than or equal n1. As a matter of fact, we will have true in both cases. Let's just check this, refresh. As you can see, we got true and true. Why? Because simply it is not bigger than, but it is equal. With this sentence we can actually ask if this smaller than or equal, or bigger than or equal. Also we can use another sentence. Let's just take all this out for now, which is actually by use double tree equal, which is simply mean that we don't only check for the value, we also check for the data type. What does that mean? Let's just add another example. Let's just say this tree integer number is equal, which is mean that we check for the value and the data type for this tree. But here actually data type of this tree is not actually an integer number, it is string, so this will give us false. Let's just check this, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got false. So what if we remove one of this tree equal? This time we will have true. Let's just go back, refresh. As you can see, we got true. Why? Because this time we check only for the value, not for the data type. Very well, I think that's all what we want to learn about the conditional logic. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learn about logical operator inside JavaScript, and the first operator we want to learn about, it's actually called OR operator. We use this double pipeline here to use this OR. Let's just say console.log, and this is our first example. What if we want to check if this tree is smaller than or equal to, for example, and we want to add another sentence? In that case we can use this double pipeline, which is actually represent OR inside JavaScript syntax. Or what? Or this tree is bigger than or equal to. As a matter of fact, this will return to us true. Why? Because on the first case this tree is not smaller than or equal to, so this will return to us false. And here we will have true. Why? Because the tree is bigger than 2. On that case, using OR operator, we will have true as a final result. If any condition equal true, mean that the final result will be true. If not, we will have false as a final result. So let's just add another one. This time we just add two syntax. For example, we just say this 2 equal to 3, or this 2 is smaller than or equal 1. As a matter of fact, this time we will have false. Why? Because we didn't have any condition return to us true. On that case, they just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got on the first case true, and on the second we got false. By the way, we can use this OR as many as we want. Let's just add another one here, return also false, to have the same result. For example, 3 or 5 smaller than 2, for example. This also will give us false. I just add another one here. I just say this 4 is bigger than or equal 4. Hit save, go back. We will still have true as a final result, and this is our first operator. The second operator that we have, it actually called AND operator, which is, you can call it that is a reflex of our OR operator. We use double AND to actually mark to this AND operator. Let's just start by say console.log. We can just start by saying this 2 smaller than or bigger than or equal 1. Now that will actually return to us true. Let's add AND, double AND operator, which is mean AND. Let's just add another one. Let's just say this 2 is for example 3 smaller than or equal 4. Note that this will also return to us true. Let's just add another one. This time let's just add a sentence or condition will return to us false. You just say if 4 bigger than or equal 5. In this case we will have false as a final result. Why? Because if any condition equal false, mean that the final result will be false if we using AND operator. If not, we will have true as a final result. And this is the difference between and or operator. Let's just check this, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got false. Very well. Now what if we change this, for example, we just make this 5. Note that actually here we got true. On that case we will have true, which is the only condition that we have inside or using or AND operator, that we should have true in all cases, on all conditional cases. Let's just check this, refresh. As you can see, we got true as a final result. The last two operator that we want to learn about, it's actually called not equal. Using this bang equal, this actually is intense inside JavaScript, mean that we ask if not equal, and if we add another equal or double equal after this bang or not mark, this is mean that we say that it not equal and it not have the same data types. Let's just check this. I just say console.log. For example, we can just ask if 1 not equal 3. This actually will return to us true. I just add another 1. We can just say 3 not equal this 3. This will return to us false. Let's just add another 1. Let's just say console, or let's just test this first. Go back, refresh. As you can see, we got true and false. Now what if we add another 1, but this time let's just say this 3 integer or 4 integer or 5 integer does not equal to this 5 inside string. As a matter of fact, this will return to us false. Why? Because using this syntax we didn't care about the data type. Let's just check this, refresh. We got false, as you can see here. So this is about not equal. What if we use double equal? Let's just say console.log. What if we add another 5 does not double equal this 5? Let's just check this, but this actually will give us true. Note that actually here using bang equal give us false, but here since that we add another equal or double equal, so we also care about the data type, this will give us true. Let's just go back, refresh. As you can see, we got true, and this is the difference between them. Very well, I think that's all what we want to learn about this logical operator. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learn about if statement or if condition. And the condition here meaning that if we want to execute or to run a specific part of our code with the condition, we can actually use this if statement. Let's just start by write our if keyword and then add this parentheses, and here we need to write the logic that we depending on, and then we open and closing this curly braces, and here we need to write our logic. And if the result of this logic is true, on that case our code between this open and closing curly braces will run or execute, and if it false it will not run. Let's just test this by directly pass through here and came here and say alert, and we can just write anything such as mock. You just hit save, open up the browser, refresh. As you can see, we got mock. Very well. Now what if we replace this true with false? hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, our code doesn't execute, and this is the idea behind this. Alright, let's just add another example. Let's start by defining two variables. Let's call the first one name and the second let's just call it score, and then let's just if that name is equal mock. On that case, we want to run inside the console. Yes, hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got yes. Okay, now what if we actually say mock with the lowercase, m with lowercase? As a matter of fact, this is case sensitive. This operation is case sensitive, so the return or the result will be false, so this will never execute. I just test this, refresh. As you can see, this doesn't execute. Also, we can actually use the logical operators such as and or and not. Let's just test this. Let's just say if the name equal mock and that score is bigger than or equal 5. On that case, we can just say console.log, for example, winner, and then pass that name. You just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got winner mock. Right, I just add another example. This time let's just say this name is equal any, for example, JS, or that score is bigger than or equal 4, for example, and then you just pass to the console.log, for example, next winner, and pass the name. Hit save, or this time we just pass anything such as JS. Go back, refresh. As you can see, we got next winner JS. Let's just add another example. Just say if that name is not equal mock. Just say console.log. Just say mock. Hit save. Go back, refresh. As you can see, we got mock. Why? Because actually, as I told you, it is case sensitive, so we need to add m with uppercase. On that case, this will never execute. We just go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. Also, let's just replace this with score. We can just say double equal if this score does not equal, and then add string with 5. This also never execute because we check for the type, which is different on both sides. Here we have 5 as a string and the score include 5 as an integer number. If we go back and refresh, we got mock. Why? Because the final result is actually true, because the score does not equal this 5 as a string, of course. Now, what if we say this double equal 5? On that case, this will never work. Go back, refresh. As you can see, this doesn't work. I think that's all what we want to learn about if statement. Let's now move on to the next lecture. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about else and else if statement. Very well. As a matter of fact, we cannot use this else statement and else if statement without if statement itself. Let's just see how can we use this. Let's just start by add if statement, and let's just say if this 3 is smaller than 2. And here let's just pass any code such as console log. We can just say if. Alright. The idea here that we can came after this if and use this else keyword, and we will not write any we will not pass this parentheses here and pass any logic. We will directly pass open and closing curly braces, and the JavaScript will understand by default that if here this logic will return false, in that case we will execute the code here inside this else block. Let's just say console.log, for example, else. Hit save, open up the browser, refresh. As you can see, we got else. Why? Because here the final result is actually false. So if this give us true or anything like this, let's just say true, or let's just say 3 is bigger than or equal 3, for example. Just hit save, or let's just make it 2, hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this time give us the code inside if block, and this is the idea behind this else. Alright, let's just write another example. Start by define 2 variables, one call it new name, give it a string variable, and the second give it name as new score, give it 2 as a number value. Alright, now let's just say if this new name does not equal new, or this new score is bigger than 2. On that case, we can just say console.log, pass any string such as no or yes, and here we can just pass this new name, and also let's just say the score and pass this new score. Very well, let's just add our else, and let's just come here and say console.log, but this time let's just say no and pass only this new name. Hit save, open up the browser, refresh. As you can see, we got no new name. So what if we came here and say this equal new, and replace this or and pass and here let's just say bigger than or equal. On this case, the code inside the if block will run. Go back, refresh. As you can see, we got yes new score 2. Right, now what if we want to add this else block but with a condition? As a matter of fact, we can use else if statement. We just came here, and after this else add if and add this parentheses, and here we can add our condition. For example, let's first make this condition return false by remove this equal, and let's just come here and say if this new name equal this new, for example, or let's just add or, and on that case this actually will run because we got true on left side, so this will return true as a final result, even here if this returned to us false. Let's just now hit save, open up the browser, refresh. As you can see, we got no new. So what if we now add else or else if? Just use try this by say else if. Simply let's just say this new name equal this new, and inside this block we can just say console.log, for example, run. Right, and after all this we can use else, and here we just say console.log and simply say else. What do you expect to have a result here inside the console? As a matter of fact, this one only will execute the first true condition, actually will execute. If this actually return true, this only will execute. Even if we have true condition after this, if JavaScript syntax find any one of these condition actually return true, it will run this condition only, and it will block the rest of the code. You just see this by ourselves. Go back, refresh. As you can see, we still got this new, no new. So what if we make this return false by make this in lowercase, go back, and this time we will have this, actually this run will work. Refresh, as you can see we got this run inside the console. So what if also this run return false? Just add or operator, or actually just add end operator and say this new score is bigger than 4. On this case, actually this else will run. Just this, you can see we got else. So this is the idea behind this, and all this mean actually that if we came here and make this equal to, this will return true, so only this block will run and the rest of statements will never run. Go back, refresh, as you can see we got yes, new score 2. Very well. I think that's all what I want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learn about switch statement. And switch statement idea, it's actually very simple. Imagine that we have a variable. That variable, as a matter of fact, it can have any kind of data and it can have any variable, and the idea here that we can expect that variable and add cases to this value inside this variable, and depending on that we run specific code. Let's just take an example for this. Let's just say that we got variable, let's just call it x and give it any number, for example 5, and let's just came here and add the switch. And first we need to add the variable that we want to switch on it inside this parentheses, and then let's just add open and closing curly braces, and let's add our cases by use this case keyword, and we ask if this x is actually, or the value of this x is actually equal to and have the same type of, for example 3, and then we add column, and after this the code after this it will run if this case is true. I just say console.log case 1, and let's just pass this x. Let's add another case, on case what, on case this actually equal to 5 string. Just say console. Remember that it's actually, as I told you, it case sensitive, and also it's check for the type, not only for the value. And just say case 2, add this x. Very well. Let's add the last case. This time let's pass 5 and say console.log case 3 and pass this x. Hit save, open up the browser, refresh. As you can see we got case 3 and the number is 5, and this is the idea behind this. This actually will not run. So what if we have multiple correct cases? Let's just remove this one. Let's just duplicate this case many times. Just come here and say this case will be case 1, and this it actually case 2, and here we got this case 3. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this all cases on that case it will run. So we can actually use a break keyword to let our switch statement block the other cases if the case it's actually correct. For example, we can just came on case 2 and say break. On that case, our case 1 will run, case 2 will not run, but case 3 will run also. Case 3 will not run. Let's just check this, refresh. As you can see we got case 1 and case 2. If we came here and add also break on that case, only the case 1 it will run. Let's just go back, refresh. As you can see case 1 5. So what if we make this, for example 3? hit save. In that case, our case 2, it will run. Go back, refresh. As you can see, only the case 2 it run. Why case 3 doesn't run? Because we passed this break. This break will end up the rest of the code. So what if all of this actually it's not have the correct variable? What if we cannot expect the correct variable? In that case, for example, let's just say in case 1 we got 1, 2, here we got 3. At the same time, the variable value it's actually 5. We can add something that called default. Let's just say default, and at console.log default, and add this x. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got this default. This default will work if not any one of them it actually have the correct variable value. So if we come here and say this actually 5, hit save. In that case, refresh, our default will not work. Very well. I think that's all what we want to learn about switch statement. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learn about while loop. The while loop loops through a block of code as long as a specific condition is true. If we want to do something repeatedly, we can use it. Very well. Let's just discover our first kind of while loop, which is called infinity while loop. What this actually mean? If we come here and write while, which is the keyword to write a while loop, and then we came here and write true condition that always return true. For example, if we say true, or we say for example 2 equal 2, and then we came here and write any kind of code, this actually will complete running forever. It will not do anything but this. This is our first kind. Let's just discover the second kind. It actually called the block while code. By mean, if we came here and write while, and then we say false, or if we say for example 2 equal 3, this actually called blocked while loop. If we came here and say console.log, write anything, hit save, open up the browser, refresh. As you can see, we didn't have anything here. Very well. This is our first and second kind. So how can we do this? For example, let's just say that we want to do something or repeat something for 5 times. We can simply come here and say count or var count and give it 0. Very well. And then we can come here and say while this count is actually smaller than 5, we want to run this code. So if we came here and say console.log count, and then pass this count var, now we have actually an infinity for loop. Why? Because we didn't do anything to change this situation here, which is will always return true. So we should come here and say this count and increment this each time. Very well. Let's just now hit save, open up the browser, refresh. As you can see, we got count 1, count 2, count 3, count 4, count 5. This is how it actually works. We can also come here and say alert this count, hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. It will actually start with 1, and then we have 2, this is the second round, and then 3, and then 4, 5, and this is the last round. Why? Because when the loop or when while find that count actually is smaller than 5, it will end up the loop. Let's just make it more realistic. Let's just come here and add h4 element with id. Let's just call it while, save, go back, and let's just come here and say document getElementsBy ID, the ID while dot inner HTML plus equal, and we want to say student column and then pass discount, and after that we pass break line each time. I just now hit save. First let's take this alert out, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have a student 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's all what I want to learn in this lecture. Let's now complete our mission on the next lecture. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will learn about while loop, and we will start by learn how to use continue keyword to block or escape code on specific round or more than one specific round. As you can see here, we got very simple loop. It actually ran for 5 times and it actually run this code here. Very well. Let's just test it first. Go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what I have on the console. So imagine that you want to come on round 3 and on round 4, and actually you didn't want to run the code inside the loop on these rounds. How can we do this? Let's just say if this count is actually equal, for example 2, and let's just say or this count is actually equal 4. Very well. On that case we want to say continue, and by this way our code will block when this actually condition return true. So we will have count from 1 to 5, but we will not have count 2 or count 4. Let's just test this. Go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We have count 1, count 3, count 5. Very well. This is first thing we want to learn. Continue. So what if we want to come on a specific round and we want actually on this round to break the loop? Break the loop doesn't mean to skip this round. It actually mean by end up the loop. We can actually use something that called break. It's keyword used for this specific region. For example, we can just say if this count is actually bigger than 3. Alright, on that case we want to break the loop. If we hit save and go back, refresh, as you can see, this start from 1 to 2, 3. We can come here and say 5, hit save, go back, refresh. It will actually continue run to the end. So what if we make it 4, refresh, go back. As you can see, it start from 1 and end on 4. Alright, now what if we came here and take this console and write this console here? As a matter of fact, on this case our loop will continue run. Why? Because this break actually should be at the beginning of the code that we want to break it. If we now go back and hit refresh, as you can see, it will start from 1 through 2, 3, 4, 5. So what if we come here and say 2, for example, hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, it will continue run until we came to 3. So be aware of this. Last thing we want to learn about while, it actually something that called do while. By mean, if we came here and write do, it actually keyword, and here we can actually do specific thing, but we need to say while, and here we should pass a condition. So if we came here, for example, and say var I equals 0, and came here and simply say false, and here we can just say I plus plus, and here we can write anything. For example, document getElementsBy ID, it called while, and then innerHTML plus equal, and we can simply say I value. I just hit save. As a matter of fact, this will actually run for the first time, but after that it will not run. So this is the difference between do and the block while loop. If we come here and say while and pass the condition false, and came here and say console.log while, it will not actually work, but in our case here it will work, and then it will break up the loop. So you just go back, refresh. As you can see, we didn't have anything on the console, but we have this I value with 1 after we decrement it, after we increment this I here. So we can just come here and change this and say until this I is smaller than 5. We can also come here and add break line. Now let's just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have, I value 1 until we arrive to 5. Well, I think that's all I want to learn. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start to learn about for loop. The for loop simply has this simple following syntax. We start with write our for keyword, and then we pass these 3 statements. Statement 1 actually execute 1 time before the execution of code block. Statement 2 defines the condition for executing the code block itself. And so finally, we got statement 3 is execute each time after the code block has been executed. So depending on that, we can just come here and say for and start by defining a variable. This variable, let's just say call it I and give it a value of 0. We can give it any value we want. It actually should be a number, and then we can just say I. Here we should add the condition I smaller than 5, and here we should increment this I, because if we didn't do this, this will convert to an infinity for loop. And simply here we can just say console log I and pass this I. You just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got I from 1 to 4, 5 to 4. Very well. Let's just remove this and let's just start by reload example. We want simply to pass these elements inside this array, inside our h4 element here. Let's just start by add h4 and add id for this h4. Now go back, and since that array, or actually any array, is start with 0 and end with the length of array, so we can use this with our for loop. We can just start by say for index. This index is actually variable, so I just say var index equals 0, index smaller than this array the length. So we cannot, with this better than we hard coded by ourselves by counting 0, 1, 2, 3 until the length of the array. And here we can simply say this index plus plus. Very well. Now we can just say console.log, for example index or element, and say this array, pass square brackets, and then we pass this index. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We have each element inside our array. So we can just come here and say document, let's just say var el, this will equal document get element by id. The element id is actually 4. Very well. And we can simply say this el dot innerHTML plus equal we can simply pass anything. We can directly pass this array index, or we can just put it on a variable, for example lang equal this array with this index, and directly came here and pass this lang. If we hit save, let's just first pass break line, hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have: JavaScript, HTML until the end. Also, we can actually use break and continue and if statement inside this for. We can just come here, let's just take this console out. Also, let's just copy this and say if, for example, if this lang, or let's just say if this index is actually equal 0. On that case, we can just pass this element, for example, but we can add any text here, such as first lang. Alright, and then we came here and say else and pass this ones here. Test this, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. Can also come here and make any space. It's better now. Alright, also you can just come here. If you notice, all of this is actually a programming language, but this HTML, it's hypertext language. So can just come here and say if this lang, else if, actually not if, else if this lang equal HTML on that case, we can simply pass this continue. If we go back, refresh, as you can see, HTML now disappeared. So what if we want to end up with specific one of them? For example, I can just say else if this lang is actually equal, for example, C#. We can simply use this break keyword. If we go back now, refresh, as you can see, first language, JavaScript, Java, C++. For all, I think that's all what I want to learn about for loop. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learning about for each loop with array. Very well. As you can see, this is our array. It called my hobbies, and we want to loop this array. If you remember, before we was actually write this loop and then get the array and then get the index, etc. But actually, we can use something that called in. It actually keyword allow us to get directly the indexes inside this array each time. We can just say for define a variable, we just call it I, and then or we just call it I, and then we can say in, and after this in pass this my hobbies. By this way we can simply get this array. I just say I, hit save, open up the browser, refresh. As you can see, we got I0, 1, 2, 3. Very well. So using this, we can just keep here, and instead of write this, we can just say my hobbies and pass this I directly. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got football, paint, drive, coding. Very well. This is our first way. We have actually another way. It actually use a for each method. The for each method actually calls a function for each element in an array. Let's just test this, but first let's just come here inside our index and pass ol and pass to this ol id. Let's just call it ForEach. Go back and let's just say this my hobbies. This is the way to write this for each, and then we pass dot and then for each. And here we actually pass a variable. This variable we didn't need to define it as a variable. We can pass any name for each. It will understand that it's actually a variable, and this variable actually will represent the elements inside this array. For example, let's just call it el and then pass equal right arrow, open and closing curly braces, and here we can just say console.log el. If we hit save, open up the browser, refresh, as you can see we got football, print, drive, coding. And the idea here that we can get the element directly without hard coding with for loop. So we can just come here and say document dot get element by id. The id name was for each, very well, and then dot innerHTML plus equal, add the backquotes, and for example li, they just close up this li, and here we can just say el. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see this is what we have. We have football, paint, drive, coding. I think that's all what I want to learn about for each loop with the array. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learn about for each with objects. Very well, as you can see this is our object. It's called list and we have 3 key, name, age, field, and the first way to do this is actually using n, and using for an n, this actually will allow us to get the key for each round, and using the key we can get the value as you already learned before. So we can just say for var, we can call our var key and then add n keyword, and we pass here the variable, the object. So if we come here and say console.log and pass this key, this actually will give us these keys. If we go back, refresh, as you can see we got a key name, key age, key field. So using this key also we can get this value. We can just say list square brackets and pass this key. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see we got key name, value mock, and then we got key age, value 28, key field, value teaching center. Very well, this is our first way. The second way actually using for each method. But first we need to convert the object to array. We cannot actually loop through it using key and value. We can directly use a loop through the value. If we came here and say var, we just call it keys, this var, and now we can just say objects dot keys and pass to this list. This syntax actually will return to us the keys. So let's just say console.log keys. Hit save. Actually misspelling this here, it should be keys. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see now we got an array include these values. So we can use for each. Now we can just say this keys var dot for each el goes to console log this el. First let's just take this the first console log out, hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see we got name, age, field. Very well, last thing we want to learn on this lecture is actually how can we deal with the object within the object. As a matter of fact, it's better to use for each method if we have object within object. How can we do this? We can directly say object dot keys and pass this object name, the bigger one of course. As you can see, this is the mother object, it called users, and here we got inside this object key 1, it called user1, key 2, key 3. Each one of them have 3 keys: name, role, status. Very well. And then we can just, after we convert this, we can just come here and say dot for each. We can just say el goes to, just say console log. We can just call this items, and we can just come here and say this users, add this square brackets, and then this items, and then we can actually get any key of them. Let's just first pass as 12, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got each one of them. We got this this first one, second, third. So we can just come here and say add any text, for example name, and then we come here and say dot this name. We can duplicate this 2 times. Here we can just say role, and here we can just say status. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this is all I have. We have name Ahmed, role admin. If you know this actually what we have, we got the status active, and then we got Hoda user deactive. We got Jack admin active. Very well. I think that's all what we want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learning about the differences between var and let and const. And also we will start learning about something that called scope or variable scope. As a matter of fact, when we add open and closing curly braces like this actually called scope. We will start learning about it now. Let's just start by defining the variable by using var keyword, and let's just call our variable name. Let's give our variable any name. Let's just say any. And the first thing what we have here using variable, that we can actually reassign that variable since that we use this var keyword. So we can just say this name equal, for example, mock. Also we can reassign it with different data types. For example, we can add here integer number or array or anything else. Very well. Last thing, we can use that variable inside that scope. Let's just say name, and since that we use this var keyword, this is mean that we can use it also outside our scope. So we can just come here and say console log, let's just say out scope var, and pass that name. Very well. If we try to save this and go through the browser, try to refresh, as you can see, we got var mock, and here we got out scope var, also we got mock. Very well. This is everything about variable. Let's just try to do the same with the let. We just start by add scope. We just say that we got a variable. Also let's just call it name. This name, also let's just call it any. We can also reassign it since that we use let. We just say mock, and we can use it inside that scope. So we can just say let and pass that name. If we hit save, open up the browser, refresh, as you can see, we got let mock. But here the first difference between them, that we cannot use it outside the scope. Let's just try this. Let's just say console.log let out scope, and let's just pass that name, hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got name is not defined. So this is the first difference between them. So using var keyword, we can actually use that variable outside the scope. But when we use this let keyword, we cannot use it outside the scope. Very well. Now we got const. Let's just do the same. Add scope. Let's just say that we got constant that call name. This constant equal to any, and let's just say console.log. Just say in scope, and let's just pass that name. Also, let's just came out our scope and say console.log, and we can just say out scope and pass that name. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, in scope any, and then we got name is not defined. Very well. So this is the difference between var and let with const. We can, if we want to use the variable outside the scope, we can also only use that var keyword. Very well. This is not the only difference between them. There is a difference between let and const, that we cannot reassign the variable. For example, we cannot say that name. If we hit save now and go back, refresh, we will not find any error. But if we came here and say that name equal mock, hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, we cannot reassign the constant. Very well. I think that's all what we want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about functions. And function, you can call it like this, that it actually a code inside the scope. It actually run whenever we want. Very well. Let's just start by define or see how can we define a function. It's actually very simple. We start by write function keyword, and then we add the function name. It can be any name that we want. For example, we just make it test, and then we add parentheses, and after all we add our scope by, or the function scope by add this open and closing curly braces. For example, we can just say this function, let's just say alert function run or func run. Alright, so now we want actually to call the function. We got two ways to do this. We got many ways actually to do this, but I mean is we can call it here inside our app.js, or we can call it from here. Let's just start by say how can we call it here. It's actually very simple. We write this function name and then we add the parentheses. If we hit save, open up the browser, refresh, as you can see, we got function run. Very well. Also, we can call it from our HTML. We can just come here inside this this h1 and say onClick and call our function name by the same way, actually by say test and add this parentheses. If we hit save, go back, refresh, and click on that mock, as you can see our function it called. Very well. Now let's just start talk about function that call function return. Let's just go back, and as you can see here inside our index.html, this paragraph here had ID of test, and here we got this text. Alright, let's just go back. We can take our first function out and let's just define another function. Let's just call it for example retest or text, and we can just use this return keyword. return a value. For example, hello mock. Very well. And let's just come here and say that we got a variable. The variable, let's just call it value equal to this retext, and let's just get our text, our test. Let's just say document getElementsBy ID, this test, and then we say inner HTML equal. We want to actually to put the value that come from this retext inside this. Let's just say this value. Also, we can use console log to see this value by ourselves. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, we got here hello mock, and this also here inside our console. This is all about this function return. Let's just now take this also out. And finally, let's just discuss about the function parameters. Let's just start by define our function. Let's just call it bar, and let's here add expected parameters. For example, we can actually name it any name that we want, and note that it actually any name that we pass it here, it actually represent a variable inside that function only. So we can just say a and then add comma and then add b. This is the expected parameters. This is mean that if we want to call that function, we should pass 2 parameters to it. For example, we can just come here and say console log, for example, a plus p. Alright, now let's just call our bar function, pass to it 1 as a first parameter and 3 as a second parameter. If we hit save and go back, refresh, as you can see, we got 4. Very well. So this is the first thing we want to know. Also, note that if we actually doesn't know how many parameter it passed to our function, we can simply remove the parameters from here, or actually arguments. You can call it anything, parameter or arguments, and we can actually get the parameters by simple way. We can just say arguments. Just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, it actually came to us inside this array. So if we come here and pass anything else, such as mock, for example, array 1, 2, 4, 5, we can actually get any one of them by the index of it. For example, if we say index 0, this will return to us 1. Refresh, as you can see, we got 1. If we say index 0, 1, 2, if we say index 2, hit save, this will give us this mock. If we say arguments 3, with index 3, of course, this will give us the array. Last thing we want to know that we can actually use function parameter and return at the same time. For example, we can just come here and say return a plus p, and let's just expect it here a p. Alright, and then let's just pass only this 1 and 3 and put this inside a variable, or we can directly use it. Let's just come here and say document dog element by id and say test, the id test, and then inner HTML equal this return. If we go back, refresh, as you can see, we got 4. Very well. I think that's all I want to learn about function until now. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about class. We will start learn how can we create class, how can we use it, and etc. Well, a class actually it's combined for a specific logic that we want to use it many times. Instead of hard code it and write it many times, we can write our logic inside that class. We just start by define our first class by say class keyword, and then we add the class name. And the main rule here that the class name should start with capital character. For example, app, and then we add curly braces. And the first thing we want to learn about the class, it actually method it called constructor. And this constructor it called by default whenever we call our app class. Here inside our constructor we can make anything. For example, let's just say console log constructor called. Alright, and if we want to call our class, we need to say new keyword and then the class name. For example, app. If we hit save and go back, refresh, as you can see we got constructor called. Also, we can put this inside the variable and do whatever we want to do with it. We just say that we got a variable. That variable, we just call it object1 equal to our class. We just add another one. We just call it object2 equal to our class. Now we will have this. This will call it, of course, 2 times. You just go back, refresh, as you can see, constructor called. Well, let's just now discuss about another thing that called parameters constructor. Let's just add another class. Let's just call it core. Don't forget to add C capital, and let's just add our constructor. But this time, let's just expect a parameter for this constructor. For example, name and price. Alright, let's just simply say that we want to log this console.log that name and that price. Very well. Now let's just define another variable. Let's just call it PM, and this we want now to call that class new core, and here we can actually pass the parameters. Any parameter that we pass it here, it will go directly through this constructor. So we can just say, for example, BMW, and add any number, for example 8000, hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have on the console. Now we want to discuss about something that called this keyword. As a matter of fact, we can use this keyword to effect on that parameters that will pass to us or will come to us from the user or from outside the class. For example, let's just say that this name will equal this name plus mock or by mock. Alright, also let's just say this price will equal to this price plus this price divided on, for example, 10. And let's just say all of this with tags. Alright, now let's just remove this console log. We didn't need for it for now, but here we can just say console.log this bm, and also let's just pass this bm dot price or dot name. If we hit save and go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we have. We have core, and this core, inside of this core we got this name BMW by mock 8000 plus 800 with tags, and here we got this BMW by mock. Very well. So this is the idea behind this. We can just come here and say document the body liner HTML equal, for example, let's just say paragraph. Let's just come here and say this BM. Of course, we need to add $sign and add open and closing curly braces to use this variable. So we can just say BM dot name and then pass comma and add, for example, we can just come here and say model, and here let's just say price, and here we can just pass the BM dot price. Let's just duplicate this line, add plus equal, and also let's just copy this one. This is why we use actually class, and this time let's just call it Tesla. So this call Tesla, just make it 10,000 or anything. Here also we need to call Tesla dot name, Tesla dot price. Alright, if we go back after refresh, as you can see, we got the model BMW by mock price, this price with tax, and also here we got model Tesla by mock price, this price. Note that we got a different price that we pass it through our class, and this is why we use this keyword. Very well. I think that's all what we want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn how can we add and use a method in our classes. As a matter of fact, as you already learned on the last lecture, we got a build method it called constructor, and this constructor is actually called whenever we call our class. Very well. Let's just say how can we create our own method and use it inside our class. Let's just start by add new class. Let's just call it app, add our constructor, and let's just come here inside our class scope, and if we want to define the method, we need to directly call the method name. For example, we can name it any name that we want. We didn't have any role for this. Of course, it cannot start by 0 or 1 or this different symbols such as $sign, or actually we can start with $sign, but we cannot start with the symbol, etc. The same rule for creating a variable actually. Very well. Let's just say that we want to come here. This we want to change the background, so document.body.style.background. We want to make it red. Very well. Now let's just start by coming here and call our class onLoad. So onLoad equal, we will learn more about it later. This window onLoad. Anyway, let's just call our class by saying new and then class. If we hit save and go back and refresh, as you can see, nothing it happened. Actually, we got two ways to call this change background: here inside our constructor or outside here. I will let you understand what I mean on a second. Let's just start by calling inside our constructor. We can just come here and using this keyword, we can call this change background. If we go back, refresh, as you can see, the background has been changed. Very well. Let's just take that out for now, and let's just come here and put this app inside a variable. Let's just say class or obj equal, and we can simply come here and say this new or this object dot and after this dot we call our change background. As a matter of fact, this actually will work too. If we came here and refresh, as you can see, we still got red as a background. Also, we can have a method with parameters. Let's just check this. Let's just call another method. Let's just call it change or new text, and here we can expect text, and we can just say document dot body dot innerHTML equal this text. Also, we can use it here inside our constructor. Let's just say this new text, and as a matter of fact, we can pass the data from here. For example, we can just come here and say new data, and let's just come here. We can just say data, but we need also to expect that data here inside our constructor. Now, if we go back and refresh, as you can see, we got this new data. Very well. We can also, instead of do it by this way, we can remove it from here, and also from here. We can take that out, and then we can just come here and say this object dot new text and pass the data directly here. For example, here new data anything, but remember that we need now to remove this parameter from the class. And now if we go back, refresh, as you can see, we got this new data. Now let's just add the last kind of the methods that we want to know about, which is actually a return method with parameters. Let's just call our method getMessage, and this message, let's just say that it actually data. And here we can just make a simple statement. Let's just say if this data is equal to JavaScript. In that case, we want to return the data plus done. Else, we want to return the data plus not yet. And now we can just come here and say, for example, this, or let's just add a variable. Let's just say msg equal to this get message, and let's just test this. We just pass this JavaScript, and here we can just say document dot get element by id, or we didn't specify any element here, so I can just use this body dot innerHTML plus equal this msg. Simple as that. If we go back, as you can see, we got this JavaScript done. Let's just take that out for now. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got this JavaScript done. What if we pass anything else, such as go? Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, go, not yet. Also, we can use it from outside, as we already learned before. So we can just come here and say this object dot get message and pass, for example, C#. If we hit save, or as a matter of fact, this will return this data with not yet or with this done, depending on that parameter. So we will have a data here, so we can put it on a variable. Let's just say msg equal to this. Just say console.log the msg. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, the msg C# not yet. So if we come here, we can use this message. You can just say document dot body dot innerHTML plus equal this msg. As simple as that. And now if we go back and refresh, as you can see, we got this C# not yet. For all, I think that's all what we want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn how can we add CSS style to our element using JavaScript role. As a matter of fact, when we write CSS code style using JavaScript style, we have a specific standard. We simply replace dash with writing the next character, capital or uppercase. For example, on CSS, we have background dash image, but on JS style, we got background without this dash, and the I is actually capital. On CSS, we have border, for example, dash bottom dash color. On JS, we write this code here by this way, by replace this dash with P capital and this dash here with C capital. Very well. Let's just now go back, and as you can see here, I already add this image to our application file. Let's just add it. You just say image, and the src is actually javascript.png. Hit save, open up the browser, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. Very well. We have another standard here that we can get any unique element by write that element directly after document method. For example, if we have we can get this body by this way. If we have header, for example, we can get this header by this way. Let's just see how can we do this. We just go back and say let body, and here we can just say document dot body. As simple as that. Now if we open up, as you can see, this is the color that we have, so we can make our body match with this color of our image by add CSS style. We just say this body dot style, and then we can add the style. We want to change the background image. We can just say dot background image. As you can see, we replace dash with I capital. Very well. And then we pass equal, and we write the code inside double quotes. We want to add linear gradient to left with this two hash. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we have now. Now let's just center this image using CSS. If we open up, you'll see that image on top left. You just center this image. You just go back, and to get this image we need to go back here and add ID to this image. You just say ID. You just call the ID logo. Very well. Save this, go back, and let's just say let logo equal document dot get element by ID, and the ID is actually logo. And then we can simply come here and say this logo dot style, and the first style we need to add is actually width. We want to make width for example 400 pixel. Then let's just say that we want to add the style position, and we want to make this position absolute. Also we need to say logo dot style dot top equal 50%. We want to do the same with left, so top 50% and also the left 30%. And finally we need to add transform. We just say logo style dot transform, and we want to make it translate minus 50% and minus 50%. If we hit save now, go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we have now. Very well. I think that's all what we want to learn until now on this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learn how can we select element by using querySelector and querySelectorall. First, if we want to select one element, we can use querySelector. We can write the element name. On that case, this will give us the first element. Also, we can select it by ID or class name. Very well. If we go back here, we will see that I already write some elements. We got this. Let's just start with this header. We got two header elements. Each one of them had the same ID. Header, class header. Very well. Here we got a header. For example, let's just make it 1, and here header 2 as string value. Very well. We just see how can we select this. We just define the variable. We just call it header, and we can simply say document.get or this query selector, and they just start by select by the element name, which is actually header. This will give us the first name. So we can come here and say this header.innerHTML, or let's just make it plus equal, for example, new data. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we have. We have header 1 with this new data. Note that this doesn't affect on the element 2 or the header number 2, despite that is actually had the same ID or the same class and the same element name. Very well. Now, what if we want to select it by the class name? We need actually to come here and add dot and then the class name, and the class name actually is header 2. So if we hit save, we just came here and say class. If we hit save, go back, refresh, this is what we have. Also, we can do it with the ID. The ID name also is header. You can name it any name you want. We need to come here and add sharp. Hit save, just say ID, hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what I have. Very well. This is how can we deal with the query selector. You just remove this and remove this headers. And now here, as you can see, we got this 3 paragraph. Each one of them had the same class, and we got these 2 elements of main. Each one of them had different string value. Very well. Go back. Now let's just talk about the query selector or. Actually, we can select all elements with specific name or class or ID with using this query selector or. Let's just say how can we do this. Let's just say that we have a variable. This variable called data. This equal document dot query selector all, and let's just say that we want to select all this paragraph element. We simply add this element name, and if we console log this and go back, refresh, you'll see that we got an array include these elements. So if we come here and say that data with element 1, for example, dot inner or dot style dot color equal blue. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what I have. Can also say that data element 2 dot style or inner HTML plus equal, for example, new. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we have for all. Also, we can select many elements by this way. If we come here and pass comma and add the element name, in our case this might be main, just add this main. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this will add it to our big array. Very well. Also note that we can actually get this with the class name. For example, if we come here and add .pa and hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we have. Now let's just loop through this. Let me just remove this data here and say for, and instead of array, let's just replace this array with data, and we can simply say this data with this index dot style dot color equal red. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. If we came here and add the paragraph name element and the main, this will affect on all of them. If we refresh, as you can see, this is what we have now. We can of course use continue or break or anything like this. For example, we just say if this index equal to, on that case continue. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this paragraph 3 is still black. For all, I think that's all I want to learn about querySelector and querySelectorall. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about two methods. First, it called getElementsBy TagName, and the second, it called getElementsBy ClassName. Very well. If we go back inside our index.html, we will see this. We got 3 elements, each one of them h3, and 2 of them had class of HP. We got 3 elements, it's paragraph element, 2 of them also had the same class, which is HP. For all, if we go back and start talk about this getElementsBy TagName, let's just say that we got a variable. This is variable called el underscore TagName. Can just say this will equal document dot getElementsBy TagName, and we want to get this h3. And the idea here that we can select that specific element that we want. For example, id2 by add the square brackets and add this index. We can just come here and say this el underscore TagName plus equal, or I'm sorry, this dot innerHTML plus equal, for example, new. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we have. For all, also this is mean that we can loop through it using a for loop. Let's just remove this, or let's just leave it as well, and add another one. For example, var all underscore tag name, and say document getElementsBy TagName, and add here the tag name, which is also h3, but this time we will not specify a specific index, so this will give us an array. Let's just say console.log this all tag name. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we have, the 3h3 inside an array. Very well. Let's just take this out for now and say for I or var I equals 0, I is smaller than this all tag name dot length I plus plus. Very well. We can just come here and say this all tag name and add this I, and then we can just say inner HTML plus equal. We just say new or update it. Hit save. Also, let's just add to a style. Let's just say all tag name, add this I dot style. For example, border. We can just say 2 pixel solid gray. If we go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we have. Very well. Now let's just talk about this getElementsBy ClassName. If we go back, you'll note that we got here in this 2h2 and this 2 paragraph, we got the same class. Very well. Let's just say that we got variable. Let's just say that we got variable. This variable el class name. Right. can just simply say document get element by class name, and the class name actually is HP. And we can simply also specify this. For example, index 2, we can just say el class name dot style dot color. We just make it red. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. Alright, also we can loop through it by the same way. We just add another one, just call it all class name documents get element by class name. The class name is HP. We just now say for variable I, we can name it any name we want, equal 0, I smaller than this all class name dot length I plus plus. And we can just say this all class name with this I dot inner HTML. We can simply pass this column here. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see we got this. Let's just add plus equal here. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have now. For example, we can come here and say new. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is affected on this to paragraph and on this to h3. Why? Because now we selected with the class name, and if you go back, you'll see that we got the same class name in this to h3 and in this to paragraph. For all, we can also change the color. For example, let's just say all class name I dot style dot color equal just make it fuchsia. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what I have. For all, I think that's all I want to learn. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn how can we get the value from these different elements. For example, from this input text area, select, and then we can make anything with this value. For example, we can put it inside this paragraph here. As you can see, our paragraph had ID show, our input had ID input, text area ID text area, select ID option, and we got this bottom here. So we can just come here and say onClick. Let's just call our function get value. Right, now we just go back here and say function get value, and let's just start by getting this paragraph element. So I want to just say let show equal document get element by ID, and finally we got ID show, and then we can just add our input, and here we want actually to get the value from this input. So we can just start by select that element by say document dot get element by ID input, and after that we add dot, and then we add value. As simple as that. We can also come here instead of get value by this way. We can, after we select that input, we can come here and say input dot value. It's also work. Anyway, now after we get that show and that input, we can just say show dot inner HTML plus equal this input. If we hit save and then open up the browser, refresh, we can just pass anything inside this input. We can just say mock and then hit send. As you can see, it's appear here. For all, we just do the same with our text area and with our option. So we just come here and say let text area equal document get element by ID text area dot value let option equal document getElementsBy option dot value, and we can just come here and say that show the inner HTML. Actually, we can directly pass it by this way. We can come here and add backquotes, and then we can simply say we want to pass this input space, and then we pass this text area space. After all, we want to pass this option. Very well. If we hit save, open up the browser, refresh, you just pass anything here such as GS, and here we can just say mock or JavaScript with mock, and finally we can select anything here, any options here such as Golang or PHP. You just select JavaScript and hit send. As you can see, this is what we have. We have JavaScript, which is come from input, JavaScript with mock, which is come from our text area, and after all we got this JS, which is come from option element. Very well. I think that's all I want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learn about onload and onClick events. As a matter of fact, whenever we call our onload event from window, this is mean that whenever our HTML file refresh or open, this actually will called. Let's just test this by ourselves. Let's just say window.onload equal alert hi. Very well. Let's just open up the browser, refresh. As you can see, this is what I have. This is first test. Also, we can call it without we say window before it. If we hit save now, go back, refresh, as you can see, it will still work. So we can replace this alert with arrow function. This function actually called arrow function. It without name. We can just say console.log. Can just say anything such as done. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, it's work. Also, we can say onload and pass any kind of functions with, for example, normal function, and just say alert mock. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, it's also work. Very well. That's all about onload. Now let's just talk about our onClick events. But first, note that we can call our function any name, meaning we can just call it mock. It also will work. If we go back, refresh, as you can see, everything works fine. Very well. Now let's just start talk about onClick. If we came here, you'll see that we got a bottom, and if we came here and say onClick, and then we can actually here make anything that we want. We can call a function, we can directly say alert, pass anything here such as hi mock, but we need to replace this double quotes with one quotes, or replace this one. So we can just replace this one here. Very well. If we hit save, go back, refresh, and now when we click on this, as you can see, we got this hi mock. Also, we can do it by different way. Let's just remove this one, go back here, and just select this element here with ID bottom one. Let's just say let p equal document dot getElementsBy ID is bottom one, and then we can simply come here and say that this p, which is represent this element, dot onClick equal, and here we can make anything that we want. We can say alert, or we can pass a function, or we can pass an arrow function, such just like that. We can just say alert p done, for example. you just hit save, you just go back, refresh, click. As you can see, we got this P done. For all, I think that's all. Let's just take a final example. Was this two events? Let's just say that we got a class. That class, let's just call it app. We got a constructor on this class. We just add a method. Just call it run. You can just say alert run text. You just test it with this text ID. You can just come here and say let text equal document getElementsBy ID. We want this text, and now we can just say this text onClick. We want to pass an arrow function and say this run. Simple as that. Now we can use onLoad to call our app. So we can just say onLoad equal new app. Simple as that. Let's just go back to our browser, refresh, hit on this mock. As you can see, we got run text. For all, I think that's all what I want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about add event listener method, which is simply allow us to add any event to any element inside our HTML file. Let's just start by add an event to this h1 and then add an event to this input with type checkbox. For all, let's just first to get this h1, put it inside a variable, call it text document getElementsBy ID text. Alright, actually we can come here and then add dot and then add this add event listener, but also we can come here and say this text dot add event listener to be able to use this text later. Anyway, the first parameter we pass it to this add event listener, it actually the event, for example click event, but we didn't write it on click, just we did with our HTML. No, we directly right click, and then here we can add an arrow function or we can add a normal function. We just start by add an arrow function, and here we can make whatever we want. For example, what we want is on click on this, we want to alert any message such as yes. If we hit save, go back, refresh, we just right click on this. As you can see, we got window yes. Overall, let's just try to do this with our input. Overall, let's just say let input equal document getElementsBy ID check, and then you just directly say dot and add event listener, and this time we want to add change event. So whenever we change this, we can actually do whatever we want inside our function. This time we will not use an arrow function. We can use it, but we just keep it as well. We can simply say just directly say console log this input dot checked. If we hit save, go back, refresh, when we click on this, yes, we got something is not right, and that actually because we actually defined it and call the event listener on the same line. So we can simply come here and say this input dot add event listener. Now it will work successfully. If we hit save, go back, refresh, now when we try to check, as you can see, now we return to us true, then return to us false. So we can just make condition here. For example, if input dot checked, in that case we want to say this text dot inner HTML plus equal yes, or we just keep it without plus. We can just say mock yes, and then add else and say text the inner HTML equal mock no. If we hit save, go back, refresh, and now when we click on that, as you can see, we got mock yes. So also when we click on this, we got this alert window. And now what if we click on that one more time? As you can see, now we got mock no. Very well. I think that's all what I want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. In this lecture, we will start learning how can we save data inside our browser memory. As a matter of fact, we can store up to 5 or 10 megabyte in the browser depending on the type of the browser itself. Very well. Let's just start by doing this, and for this we use something that called local storage. And the first method that we have, it actually called setItem, and this method take two parameters. First the key, let's just call the key course, and the second parameter it actually the value. We just say JavaScript. If we hit save and go back, go through the application and then go through this local storage, you'll see that our local storage now it's empty. If we hit refresh, as you can see, we got this key course and this JavaScript as a value. For all, let's just duplicate this and let's just call this course, for example, let's just leave it as well, but this time let's just say ESX. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, our value has been updated. So this is the way to update the specific key. Very well. Also, let's just duplicate this one. This time let's just say course, for example, course 1, and let's just say that our course 1 is PHP. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we have. So we want now to get that that value PHP or this one. Very well. We can do this by use a method inside local storage. It's called getItem. Let's just say let, or let's directly log this one or alert this one. So let's just say alert local storage dot get item, and here we pass the item key, for example course. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, we got JavaScript ES6. So what if we want to remove one of these items? It also very simple. If we came here and say local storage, remove item, and pass this course 1, and then hit save, go back, as you can see, we got course and course 1. Now if we refresh, you'll see now we got only course because we did remove course 1. Let's just now delete this alert here, and because of actually we can remove all this one time, also let's just remove this method. We can just say local storage dot clear. If we hit save, go back, as a matter of fact we can do it dynamically by this way, right click and then hit on this clear, but we can also do it by this way. If we go back, refresh, you'll see that our local storage has been cleared. Very well. Now let's just remove all this, and since that actually this data converted to a string anyway, if for example if we have a number or float number, it actually convert to a string. Let's just test this. Let's just came here and pass a float number, for example 2.25. let's just call it num, and let's just come here and say let's put it on a variable. We just say let num equal to this, and then or let's just leave it as well, and let's just say local storage get item. We want to get this num item, and let's put this on a variable, call it num. And if we come here and say console.log this num, hit save, go back, you just go through the console, refresh. As you can see, we got this 2.25, but this actually, it's not a number. I will show you. If we go back and say this num plus 2, this will not equal 4.2.5. If we hit refresh, as you can see, it actually converted to a string. And now the JavaScript syntax represent this as a string. So the way to convert it to a number by this way, we can just say parse float and pass this local storage to it. Now if we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, now we got 4.25 or 25. Alright, now what if we actually deal with the array? For example, if we come here and say that array, I just remove this ones here, I just remove all this and say that we got a local storage, say item, we can just say list and pass a list, for example JS, PHP, Golang. If we hit console log or alert and try to get this, you will see what we will have. We can just say local storage, get item, the item key is list, hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We got JS, PHP, Golang. If we go through this application, you'll see that it actually, without the square brackets, that meaning that it array. How can we convert this to array? It's very simple. We can just come here and say dot split and pass comma here. Well, let's just hit on save and go back, refresh. As you can see, this is what we have now. If we go through to the console, let's just try to log this, or let's just say let r equal to this, and now let's just say console.log.array. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we have. If we remove this split, hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we will have. We will have a string. So this is the way to convert the string that come from local storage to an array. Very well. Now last thing we want to discuss it actually the objects. Let's just say that we got an object. Let's just say set local storage, set item, the item name, we can just call it for example AG, and the AG, it actually an object with a name as a key, and the value is mock, and the edge is 10, and the value is the key, the second key is edge, and the value is 10. Alright, now as a matter of fact, to put this by the correct way, to be able actually to convert it to one more time to an object, we need to do it by specific way. We need to use a method that called JSON_string_file and put this inside this method. So we can also take this out and put it on a variable. For example, let's just call it data equal to this, and put this data directly here. Very well. Now let's just try to console log this. You just say console log get local storage get item. We want to this AJ item. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what we will have. But this actually it string. So if we come here and say this one dot name, this will return to us an error, or undefined actually, because this is actually string, not object. To convert this to object, we need to come here, just remove this and use JSON one more time. We can just come here and say JSON.parse and put this inside this method. Just take that here, and now if we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see it convert to an object. So this is mean that we can put this on a variable, for example, and we can directly also come here and say .name. This will return to us mock. Go back, refresh, as you can see this is what we have. Very well. I think that's all what we want to learn about local storage. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. In this lecture we will start learn about session storage. As a matter of fact, session storage is actually similar to local storage, but the difference between them that when the data is stored in the session, the data will be deleted as soon as the user closes the browser. And when you use local storage, the data will be deleted when you delete the browser itself, not to remove or to close the browser, or you delete it by yourself. Let's just test this. Let's just say session storage set item. It actually had the same methods. For example, let's just say lang and pass here JS. If we hit save, open up the browser, refresh, go through the session storage. As you can see, this is what I have, this key and this value. Very well. Now what if we copy this and let's just take this out, hit save, go back, and if we refresh, actually it will not disappear. But if we, for example, try to open up the same page one more time, go through the session storage, we just go through the application, session storage. As you can see, our session storage here it actually empty, but if we came here and refresh, it will keep as well. So we can just now come here and say session storage. We can directly, for example, say console.log session storage get item lang. Hit save, come here, go through the console, refresh. As you can see, we got GS. But here, if we try this and go through the console and refresh, we will have null. Very well. Also, we can remove an item. So if we come here, we can just say remove item. This will remove our item. Also, we can directly say clear. The same actually syntax that we have with the local storage. Go back, open up the application, refresh. As you can see, our session storage has been cleared. For all, I think that's all what I want to learn about session storage. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about location methods. And the first method that we have, it actually called protocol, which return to us the protocol of the current URL. Very well. Let's just test this. Let's just, instead of test this here, let's just test it on real world websites such as Google. Let's just say location, open up the console and say location protocol. If we hit enter, as you can see, the protocol is HTTPS. Very well. The second, it actually called href, which return the href, the URL of the current page. We just test that too. Location.href. As you can see, this is what we have. Very well. The third method that we have, it actually called hostname, which return the domain name of the web host. Let's just go back. Location host name. As you can see, the host name is www.google.com. The last one that we have, it's actually called path name. Just go back, location, path name. As you can see, this is what I have. Path name actually return the domain name and the current URL. Very well. Let's just now start talk about the other location methods, such as assign and replace and reload. For this, we just create a new functions. You just say function, you just call it assign, and this function actually allow us to reassign the URL. For example, we can just say location assign, and we want to go through this URL, https://google.com. Very well. Now let's just add the other one, which call replace, which can convert us from the current URL to another URL in the same domain. For example, if we came here and create a new page, let's just call it next.html, and let's just go through our HTML, copy the code here, paste it here. The title, let's just call it next. Let's just add h1 next. Hit save, go back, and let's just say function replace. We can call it any name that we want, and here we can just say location replace, and we can just say next.html. And finally, the last method, it actually called reload, which allows us to refresh or reload the page. We can just say function reload. Very well. And we can just come here and say location reload. Simple as that. We didn't pass any parameter here. And now let's just go through this index.html, and let's just create a three buttons to call these three functions. First, it for reload, and the second for assign, and the third for replace. Now let's just hit save, go back, go through our web page, refresh. As you can see, this is what I have. Now if we click on reload, as a matter of fact, we will have the same effect that will have when we click on this refresh. Let's just click on that and test this. As you can see, it refreshed the page for us. Now if we say open page, this actually will call our assign function, which actually turn us out from our current page. Let me just hit on that. As you can see, this convert us to google.com. So let's just go back and let's just test the third one, which called change directory. As you can see, this is convert us to next page. Very well. I think that's all what we want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about document. Specifically, we will start learn about the document methods and also the document page element. For example, we got here three methods. First, it call URL, and the second, it call document URI, and both actually return to us the page URL. And the third, it actually call domain, and this one give us the domain name. Let's just test this. Let's just say alert the document URL. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this is the URL of our application. Very well. Now let's just say document.document URI to actually give us the same result. Let's just test it anyway. Hit on OK, refresh, as you can see, same result. And let's just now start talk about the document page element. As a matter of fact, we got a static element here that never change inside any index file such as head and body and title, etc. We can just come here and say we want this document dot title. Let's just make it mock academy. If we hit save, note that here that we got here title of test, and if you go back you will see here we got test. Now just refresh this. As you can see, the title has been changed. Also we can effect on the head. We can just come here and then we can just say document dot head dot inner HTML, and we can just pass anything. For example, we can pass but first we need to say plus equal to add this to the existing meta. For example, we can add style with background red for all. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see we got a red at the background. Finally, we have the document dot body. We can just say document dot body dot load. We want to do something on this page load. We can just say document dot write page load. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see page load. Very all. Now let's just remove all this, and now let's just discuss about the document elements such as images, embeds, links, forms, and how can we get the length of all of this, or how can we effect on this. What if we came here, note that I have already add this page inside my file, my application file. Alright, now if we came here and add some elements for image and one form, very well. Now if we go back and say console.log, for example, document.forms, note that we got one form. Let's just go back to see what we will have. Refresh. As you can see, this is what we have. We got 0 form, and this form, inside this form we can actually control on all of elements inside that form. Let's just go back and say documents.image. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see we got 4 images. So this is mean that we can come here and say dot length. Hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see we got 4 images. Very well. Now what if we want to effect on all of them? We can actually use for loop. We can just come here and say for, and then we can just say var items in document.images, and we can simply come here and say document.image. We want to specify this, so we add square brackets and then add the items. Finally, we can say .src. We can actually access to any attribute inside this image now, such as src, alt, name, id, etc. We want to make this equal to this logo.jpg. If we hit save and go back, refresh, as you can see we will have this logo. So we can also come here and say document.images with items .width equal to 100. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see this is what we will have. We will have the 4 images. Very well. And actually we can do the same with the links. if we have, for example, an anchor here, or with the embeds, or with the images, of course with the forms. Very well. I think that's all I want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about mouse events. As you can see, this is the list of the events that we can use it with our mouse. Very well. If you go through our index.html, you will see that we got h1 with id title. Inside of it we got this div which represent the children for this h1. Very well. If we go back now, let's just start use this. We can just say document getElementsBy ID. The element ID was title, and then we can just say add event listener. We can here add the event, and after that we can add arrow function. We can simply say alert with run, for example. Very well. Let's just now start with the first event, which the normal event that we use it many times, which is click. Now whenever we click on that element, this will actually fire. Let's just refresh, click on that. As you can see, this run is called. Very well. After this we got this contacts menu. This actually event occurs when the user right click on an element or to open the contacts menu. After this we got double click. It actually occurs when the user double click on an element. After this we got mouse event, which occurs when the user click the mouse button over an element. Then we got mouse inner, which occurs when the user cursor is moved to an element. After that we got this mouse leave event, which occurs when the cursor is moved outside an element. And then we got mouse move, which occurs when the cursor moves while it over an element. And after the mouse move we got mouse set out, which occurs when a user move the mouse pointer outside an element or outside one of its child elements. Finally we got this mouse over, which occurs when the cursor is moved over an element or one of its children. After all, we got mouse up, which occurs when a user places their finger on the mouse button over an element. Very well. Now let's just start use or test many of them. For example, let's just test this contacts menu. Instead of say click, we will see contacts menu. If you open up the browser, refresh, if we click on that, we will not have anything, but if we right click, we will have this run alert, and then this will open up the menu. Very well. If we go back, or else we want actually to test this double click, we just say double click, hit save, open up the browser, refresh. As you can see, when we double click on that, this will actually happen. Also, when we double click on this test, this will fire. Very well. This is mean that the effect of all of these events will actually affect on the selected element, which is the h1, also inside this div, which represent the children for this h1 element. Very well. Now after double click, we can actually use mouse inner. Very well. This actually will occur when the cursor is moved to an element. If we go back, refresh, if we hit OK, and now if we go through the this element with our cursor, this actually will fire. As you can see, this what will happen. Very well. Finally, we got this mouse leave, or we can actually test finally this mouse over, which occurs when the cursor is moved over an element or one of its children. I just finally tested, hit save, go back, refresh. Okay, I just use this. As you can see, it looks like that everything looks fine, and this is the list of our mouse events. I think that's all I want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start talk about 3 events. First, it's actually called onBeforeAllLoad. BeforeAllLoad actually used to be able to execute commands when the user close the page or reload the page or try to go to another page. You can say to your user that he can actually save the data first, or he have to do something before he close the page. Also, we got this onBeforePrint. BeforePrint is used to execute the commands before the print process begin. You can before the user start print the page, you can tell your user some information. Finally, we got this onAfterprint. Afterprint is used to execute commands after the print operation is complete. Very well. As you can see here, we got this function. This function you can write your code on it on a future that call run. We got this console log and we return nothing because it's actually a return function. And here inside our index we got this, we call actually this onBeforeAllLoad, and then we call this run function. We can actually call it any name that we want, but anyway, we will test we will use our run function to test these 3 events. And then we got this onBeforePrint, and finally we got this onAfterprint, and here we got this anchor to test our operation. Very well. If you open up the browser, let's just start by say that we want to go to another page. You just hit on that. As you can see, we got this alert here that say change you made maybe not be saved, and here we can just say, for example, cancel. Note that we got this in here inside our console. If we go and hit on that again, and then we can this time hit leave, this will move us to the page. Very well. Let's just now go back, and now let's just start use this print. If we click on it, as you can see, this actually is called one more time. If we refresh the page, we can say reload, and let's just use this one more time. We just hit on print. If you note this, we got actually this console is fired. Very well. Let's just now finally use this one more time. This called for 3 times now. Or if we say print, as you can see, this is called here after this 3 times. Very well. I think that's all I want to learn about these events. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start talk about the keyboard events. And the first event that we want to talk about, it actually called onKeyUp or keyUp. The reference here, it actually because that when we try to call it using add event listener, we should hit keyUp. But if we want to call it from here, we should add on before this keyUp. Very well. And this actually execute commands when one of the keyboard button is clicked and a finger is lifted. Let's just test it anyway. Let's just save this, go back here, and let's just say document, add event listener. The event name is actually keyUp. Alright. Here we can call a normal function or an error function, but note that here that we should expect an parameter which actually represent the event itself. So we can just call the parameter anything. I will call it E or event. Anyway, we can simply come here and say console.log E. We want to log this event. Well, let's just now go back to the browser. Let's just refresh, open up the keyboard, and let's just click on that A. As you can see, this is what I have. As a matter of fact, we have two important methods here. First, it actually called code, and second, it called a. This code actually will never change if even we change this keyboard to another language, but this key actually will change depending on the language itself. Very well. So we can actually use this code key a or this key. This is mean that we can come here and say if that event.code. If we go back, let's just check it, quick check. The code was key a. Alright, double equal key a. On that case, we want actually to say alert e.code. Let's just add, for example, f that e.key is actually equal to a. On that case, we want to alert e.key, but let's just use this with b. Alright, if we hit save, open up the browser, refresh, open up this keyboard, let's just say T for example, nothing will happen, Y, U, but what if we click on that A? Nothing will happen. What if we click on P? As you can see, we got this P. So we got something is not right with A. It actually should be capital A. And this capital key. Let's just check this one more time. Go back, open up this. You just hit on A, as you can see. Now we got this alert. P, we got this P. When we click on anything else, we will not have anything. Very well. This is what we have with the key up. So what if we try to do this? Let's just remove this console log. What if we try to do this with on key down? Actually, the difference is that the on key down execute commands by simply clicking on one of the keyboard buttons without we actually left the bottom. So when we if we came now and open up this and try to continuously click on that A, this actually will not fire until we go out this. As you can see, this is what I have. So now what if we use this on key down? Now what if we open up the browser, we can refresh, open up this. Now what if we call this A? As you can see, it has been called. So what if we continuously click on this? This also will call. So this is the difference between this on key up and on this with this key down. Very well. Now after all this, we got this on key press or key press, and actually this execute commands by simply clicking on one of the keyboard button, but the difference is that works only on the letters and the numbers bottom. So the inner will not cannot fire with this event. Anyway, let's just take this out for now, and let's just call a function. We can call it run key. Alright, run, and this actually expect an event. We can come here and say if that event with key equal 1. On that case, we want to reload, and this event with code equal P. In that case, we want to alert event with that code, and each time we want to alert actually this event. Well, now what if we click on save and go back here and take this on? We actually call it. We can actually call any event by this way, by say on and then the event name. Very well. Now I just open up the browser and then refresh. Open up this keyboard. What if we call this W? As you can see, we got this W. Alright, now what if we call this one here? Very well, it actually work. What if we call this tab? Never will happen. This shift. alt this space never will happen. Anything will not happen. This one will give us data. Very well. I think that's all I want to learn about this keyboard events. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about three events: on copy, on paste, on cut. Very well. If you go through this index.html, you will see that we got two elements. First input element with type text, ID input, and the second h1 with the ID text. And the idea here that we want, whenever we try to copy this text here, or whenever we try to paste anything inside this input here, or cut anything from this input here, we want to fire an event depending on the operation itself. So let's just go back and let's just start with this on copy. Let's just, instead of directly call a function, we can actually use a class. So we can just say class. We can call our class app. We just call our constructor. Also, let's just add a method. Let's just call a copy, and inside our method we can simply alert any message, such as text copying or copied. Alright, and here inside our constructor we need to get that text, so we can just say var text equal document dot getElementsBy ID. The ID is text, and then we can now say this text, or we can directly come here and add the event listener, but we will do it by this way. The event actually is copy. After that we can add the arrow function or a normal function, and here we can simply call this copy. As simple as that. Now we need to call our class itself, so we can just say on load we want to call new app. Very well. If we hit save, open up the browser, refresh, we just try to copy this one, right click and then hit on copy. As you can see, we got text copied. Very well. Also we can do it by different way. Let's just for now take this out, and then let's just call a function. We can call our function copy, and also we can just say alert text copied, or let's just add 3 dots, and we can simply come here, and this time we will not say copy, we will add on copy, and then we will add, or we will call our copy function. Simple as that. Let's just hit on save, go back, refresh, just try to copy it one more time. As you can see, this will fire too, but here inside our index.html we add on copy instead of directly add copy. We already learned about this before. Now let's just go back, take that function out, take that class in, and now let's just add on paste or paste. We can just add an alert message, an alert window with any message, for example text pasted. Also let's just add cut with alert message text cut it. Very well. And here we need first to call our input, so let's just say var input equal document getElementsBy ID input, and we can use this to call an event listener. So add event listener. First time we want to use on paste, and then we add arrow function. We can use a normal function, and here we can call this paste. We just duplicate this here instead of call or add event listener with paste. We want with cut, and then we want to call cut method. Very well. Let's just now go back to the browser, refresh, just try to copy this here. As you can see, text copied. So what if we come here and say best? It actually doesn't work. Alright, if we go back, you'll see that we forget to add a here. If we hit save now, go back, refresh, let's just try to paste anything here.
As you can see, text pasted. Alright, now what if we try to cut something from here? You just hit on cut. As you can see, text cut it. Very well, I think that's all what we want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about submit events. Very well, as you can see here, I have this simple form with ID email form. With this input on it, with ID email, type email, name email. We did add this required here as a validation, and then we got break line, and then we got this div with ID email error. We can pass any error message here. Finally, we got this bottom with type submit. Very well, let's just go back to our app.js, and here let's just start by get this form. We can just put it on variable, can call it form, and here we can just say form add event listener. The event is for submit, and we can pass an error function, and here we can just say alert, for example, yes. Very well, now let's just hit on save, open up the browser, and let's just pass anything here inside our input. If we hit on login, as you can see, please include an @ in the email address. And if we pass this @ and then we pass a, for example, .com, and then we hit login, as you can see, this will work. But after that, as you can see, we will have this quotation mark and then the email mark with this data. Now we can say that that our email is fetched. Alright, so what if we try to log in without anything? As you can see, we will have this error here. Please fill out this field. Why? Because we try to say here required. Alright, what if we want to prevent our form from fetching by itself? Actually, for this we use something that called prevent default. Very well, let's just come here, and for this we need to expect that event here. So we can just say e here, and then we, for example, say alert any, and we can just say e.prevent default. We can call this method. Alright, now let's just go back and refresh and try to log in, or try to hit on submit with valid email. Very well, as you can see, this is what I have, a@a.com. What if we hit on login? As you can see, we got this any, but after that we didn't have this this refresh, or this page doesn't refresh, or we didn't have the quotation mark and the data here, meaning that our form does not fetch it. Alright, what if we take this out? Hit save, try this one more time. We just hit on login. We got this any, but this time, as you can see, we got this refreshed and we got this data here, meaning this time we got our form is fetched. Alright, for this we can just come here and say, let's just get this email. We can just say for email equal document getElementsBy ID. The element name was email. Of course, we need the element ID also is email, and here we can add a simple statement. For example, we can just say if this email dot value dot index of, we want to check for a specific thing, for example at, or we can check for at Gmail, and we can simply here say does not equal -1. So we want to be sure that we got this an email with Gmail. If that the case, we want simply to return true. This actually will complete our fetching operation. But what if we didn't have this one? We can simply come here and say else. First, we can just say this email dot style dot border color equal red, and also we can just get this this one's here that call email error. We can just say document getElementsBy ID. We can just say inner HTML equal. We can pass any message, for example, use Gmail. Alright. Finally, we can use this prevent default here to prevent our form to fetch without have this Gmail. For example, we can just say e.prevent default. Simple as that. Now, let's just go back to test. Let's just try to hit our login. As you can see, we got this border red inside our email input, and we got this message that tells us use Gmail. So also note that we didn't have a fetched operation, a fetched form. So what if we came here and say add gmail.com, of course, and then we hit login. As you can see, our form now has been fetched. Very well. I think that's all what we want to learn about submit event. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about the form validation. Mainly, we will start learn how can we set our custom validation message to our user if the user set invalid message or leave it empty. At the same time, we add required in the input or anything like that. Alright, as you can see here, I have this form with input with ID email, type email, name email, and I add this required to our input. And also I have this button with type submit. Outside the form we have this div with ID error message. Very well. Now inside our app.js, let's just start by get this email input. So let's just say var email underscore input equal document getElementsBy ID email. Alright, now we want actually to add two event listener to this input. First, it actually if we got invalid data, and the second we need to add it whenever the user put any data inside our input. We want to check the change. We want to fire an event, alright, to check if the new changes is actually valid or not. So we can just say email input. So let's just say email input, add event listener. We want to add invalid. On that case, we want to pass an arrow function. Alright. Also, we want to add another event. Just say add event listener input, and let's just call a function. We can call it any name. We can call our function input error. So let's just pass this input error here and call it also here, and let's just start by create our function input error. Very well. Now, as a matter of fact, we should, if we have any error, we should have two of those: validity dot type matches or validity dot value missing. This value missing will appear whenever we, for example, add this required, and at the same time we didn't put any data inside our input. This will appear. Or on that case, since that we actually specified type as email, if we pass anything not email, this on this case, this validity type matches will fire. So let's just check for this. We can just say if this email input dot validity matches. On that case, we want to do something. Let's just add else if, and this time we just say email input dot validity dot value missing. On that case, we want to do something, and we can simply here pass else, and here we can just say return true. And now we can just came here
and say this email input dot set custom validity, this function here, and we can pass any data that we want. For example, we can just say mock, for example, in valid data. For example, we can just say use email. Alright, we can do the same here. We can just pass any message that we want. For example, just say email input, set custom validity. We can just say mock. For example, we can just say pass any data. Alright, and now after all of this, we need actually, for example, if we try to pass an invalid data or anything like that, and then we fix this, we need actually to make this empty, because on that case this will still appear. So we can just say email input dot set custom validity. We can leave it empty. And now if we test our code, as a matter of fact, nothing will happen. Why? Because actually we didn't add any effect until now on this. So you just go through this index.html and take that error message, for example, go back and say document.getElementsBy, we want to get this, and then we can just say innerHTML, and here we can actually pass the message, the error message that will appear. We can get this message by this way. We can simply say this email input dot validation message. Very well. Also, we can actually alert this, but let's just leave it as well. Now let's just open up our browser to test this. As you can see, this is what we have. We have A with, and we didn't pass a correct email, so we got this message here, the validation message that we pass. We got mock invalid data, use an email. Alright, now what if we leave it empty? Let's just remove this. For example, let's just hit login. As you can see, this is our message, mock pass any data. Very well, and this is the idea behind all this. Now we can just say A, and we can now hit on login. As you can see, everything looks like it works fine. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about onChange events, and also we will start learn about onInput events. As you can see here, this is what I have inside my index.html. I have this select element with ID color with 3 options. Each one of them include different color name. And here I have this input with type checkbox, ID checkbox, and here we got input with type password and the ID password. And if you go back here, we will actually start by get the color from this select, and depending on the color we can change the background of our main page. For example, we can just say document getElementsBy ID color, and then add event listener, and the event will be change. For all, now we can pass an error function, and we can simply come here and say document body style dot background equal to get document getElementsBy ID color dot value. As simple as that. Very well. Now let's just hit on save, open up the browser, just refresh the page, and let's just try to change this one. Just check yellow. As you can see, we got yellow on the background, red, blue. It looks like that everything works fine. Very well. Now we want to add an event listener to this checkbox here. Also change event listener. So we can just say document getElementsBy ID, add event listener, change. We can just say alert, for example, done. And then we can just come here and say document getElementsBy ID. This time
we want to get this password and say add event listener. This time we want to say input. Alright, and now we can just come here and say alert input. Very well. Now if we hit save, open up the browser, refresh the page, and if we click on that, as you can see, we got done. If we click on that one more time, also we got done. Here, if we try to start write anything, as you can see, we got this input. So whenever we add anything inside this ones here, we will have alert message. This is the difference between onInput and onChange. For all, I think that's all I want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn how can we submit or reset the form using JavaScript. And also, we will start learn how can we add focus or blur that focus from any input. Anyway, as you can see here, this is what I have inside my index. I have this form with ID login form. Inside of my form, I have these two input. Each one of them have different ID. One for email and the second with pass for password. And outside my form, I have these two inputs. Each one of them have ID. First for login and the second for reset. And the idea here that we want to, when we click, for example, on this bottom, that outside this form, we want to submit the data that inside that form. Also, we want OnClick on this bottom here with ID reset. We want to reset the data that inside that form, not that these two inputs. It's actually outside our form. So let's just go back and let's just say how can we add submit. We will start by say document getElementsBy ID, and the ID was login, and then we can just say add event listener, click, and here we can add a function or arrow function, and we can simply say get document getElementsBy ID. This time the ID login form, and then we can just say submit. As simple as that. Now let's just hit on save. Note that we start by get that bottom here, and then we add to it a click event, and then we get this form by the ID, and we start to add this submit to our form. Very well. Let's just test our code. Let's just add anything here inside the email, and let's just add any password here, and let's just try to hit on that click. As you can see, this is what we have. It looks like that everything now works fine. We are able to submit the form from outside that form. Very well. Now let's just go back and let's just add another event. We can just say document getElementsBy ID. This time reset, add event listener, click, add the arrow function, and we can just say document getElementsBy ID login form. This time we want to say reset. Simple as that. Now if we go back to our browser, add any data inside our inputs, and when we click on that reset, as you can see, this is what will happen. Very well. Now and finally we want to talk about focus and blur. Let's just start by add blur or defocusing from the this input here after we hit on reset. Let's just test this. Just say document getElementsBy ID pass. For example, we can just say blur. Now if we hit save, go back to the browser, refresh, as you can see here, now we are focusing on the this input, and now we are focusing on this this password input. Note that when we click or reset data, this focusing will disappear. As you can see, this is what happened. So what if we came here and say
document getElementsBy ID, this time on this email, but this time we will say focus. We want to add focus after we click on this reset. We just go back to our browser. Note that now we are focusing on this. When we click on reset, this focus will disappear because we add blur to it, and this input will be focused. Just this anyway. As you can see, this is all I have. Now this email input is focused, and the focus disappear from here. So I think that's all I want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about something that called screen orientation. The idea here that whenever we change the orientation of our screen, we want to get the current orientation, and depending on that we can do something. For example, if we click on that tab here and try to change this rotation by this way, we want actually to fire an event, and the way to do this, we can just come here and say function. We can just say orientation, and we want simply to add event listener on load, and we want to call this orientation function. Also want to add another one. We can just say orientation change, and we call the orientation function. As simple as that. And here we can just say console.log, and here we will use something for the first time, this something that called screen.orientation.type. Simple as that. Now if we hit save, we can now open up the browser, refresh the page, go through the console. As you can see, since that we call it from the beginning, when we load the page, this will call and give us the current orientation, which is portrait primary. Alright, now if we try to click to change this orientation, if we click on that, as you can see, this also fire here. We got now landscape primary. What if we change it one more time? We got portrait primary, landscape primary. Of course, we got secondary and another orientation width and height. Alright, now let's just go back, and we can do something depending on that. We can simply say if this screen orientation dot type is equal to portrait primary. We can just say, we can actually make the background equal to something. For example, document background or body dot style dot background equal, for example, green. And we can also say else, or let me just say else if this screen the orientation dot type equal to, for example, landscape primary. This time we want to make this screen orientation dot type equal to portrait primary. You just make it like this. See what we'll have. Alright, now what if we hit on save, open up the browser, refresh the page. As you can see, what if we click on that? As you can see, this is what we have. On both cases we got this this actually portrait primary. So what if we came here? The idea here that we can by dynamic way set the orientation of our screen. So what if we come here and say document dot body dot style dot background equal, for example, red. If we hit save, go back, refresh, if we change this, as you can see, this is what we have. Well, I think that's all I want to learn about the screen orientation. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learn how can we select the operating system of our user. Very well. As a matter of fact, we can use something that called navigator, and inside this navigator method we have this user agent, and also we can directly convert this to lowercase, so we can just say to lowercase, as simple as that. And we can put all this information inside a variable. We can call it OS, for example, equal this one, and finally we can just say alert this OS. And now if we hit save, open up the browser, refresh the page, as you can see this is some information of our my operating system, Mozilla 5.0 iPad. Note that I changed this one here, so let's just close this one. I'll refresh this one more time, and now this is what I have: Windows 10, Win 64-bit, etc. This is many of information about my operating system. Very well. So we can use this to get the operating system by simple way. We can just come here and say add some condition. We can just say if this OS includes, and here we want to specify the operating system, for example Android. In that case we can just say alert I am using Android, simple as that. And we can add many of this. We can just say if, just duplicate this ones here just like that, and as you can see we check if we have inside this data Android, so this is mean that we use Android. If we have iPhone, this is mean that we use iPhone. If we have iPad, this is mean that we use iPad. If we have Windows, that mean that we're using Windows. Let's just go back to test this. Just close this one, refresh the page. As you can see I am using Windows. So what if we try to change this? Actually Chrome allow us to change this this orientation, so we can just come here and say iPhone SA and hit refresh. As you can see now we got this message, I'm using iPhone. So if we change this to iPad, refresh, as you can see we got I am using iPad. Change it to Samsung and refresh, as you can see I am using Android. And this is the way to select the user operating system using JavaScript. For all, let's just now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about four methods inside our window object. First, it actually call open, which is allow us to open a link with new window. Second, it call window top close. Third, it call stop. And finally we have this window print. Very well. As you can see here I have this two buttons with ID open and close. Let's just add another one with ID. Let's just call the ID print. Very well. Now let's just go back and let's just start to get these and these buttons. Let's just say document getElementsBy ID, and here we pass the ID and then we add the event listener. Let's just say click, and finally let's just pass the arrow function. And now let's just duplicate this line and let's just start by get this open, and then we want to get this close. Finally we want to get this print. Very well. Here inside open we can just come and say window the open, and we want to open up for example this link. Let's just go back, copy this one. We can actually open up any link that we want, but the main idea that we cannot close the link that we didn't open it by this way. So if we open up for example Google and then we try to close that page, this will not work. So we use this link that inside actually
our domain. So let's just now hit on save, go back, refresh, hit open. As you can see, this is open up for us a new window with this link. Very well. Now let's just go back, and here we can just came and say window dot top dot close, and we can pass the same URL. And now if we go back, refresh the page, hit on open, and then we start hit on this close, this will work. What if we hit on close here? As you can see, this will not work. Why? Because it actually only can close the windows that we are opened by them. Of course, them here back to the this window open. Now we have print. Let's just call this out, and now we can just say window dot print. If we hit save, go back, refresh, actually this will open up window print for us. Let's just hit print. As you can see, this is what we have, window print. Very well. And now finally we got this this window stop, which is actually allow us to stop the landing page while it loading. So we can just call it, but actually we will not be able to see the effect of this, but we can use it anywhere that we want, and also anyway. For example, we can use it if the landing page, the loading page take time that we more than the time that we expected. We can stop the loading. For example, let's just go back, refresh one more time. As you can see, this doesn't take any time to load the page. So when we click on this print, this will not affect on this. For this, we can just go through any website that may take time. For example, Netflix, and we can refresh. And here, when we pass actually this, we can stop loading the page. As you can see, this is what we have. Very well. I think that's all I want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learning about two methods, window prompt and window confirm. Very well. Let's just start with window prompt, which is simple method allow us to take a data and save it from the user. For example, we can just say let, for example, name equal to window dot prompt, and here we can pass any message to the user. For example, enter the name, and after that we can alert this data. Let's just say alert this name. Simple as that. Now let's just go back, refresh the page. As you can see, this is what we have. We have entered the name. For example, what if we say the name is Ahmed Khalaf or Ahmed, and then we hit OK. As you can see, the name that we pass it is actually here inside the alert window. So we can use this by this way. We can come here and say let pass equal window dot prompt, for example, enter the password, and here we can simply check if the name is equal, for example, mock. At the same time, the password or pass equal, for example, 123. On that case, we can alert you or correct data. Else, we can say alert incorrect data. Simple as that. Now you just go back to check what we'll have. Enter the name. You just pass not correct data, for example, any, and then set OK. And now we have enter password, for example, 123, anything,
and then hit OK. As you can see, on correct data. So what if we pass a correct data, mock, and then 1 2 3, as you can see, correct data. Overall, this is all about the window prompt. Now what if we want to learn about this window confirm? Window confirm is a little bit different because it alert to the user confirm a window with OK or cancel. This actually return to us a boolean, so depending on that we can do anything that we want. We can just come here and create a new variable. Let's just say var, for example, check equal confirm, and here we can pass any message to the user, for example, are you sure? And then we came here and say if. Of course, if we log this, we will have true or false depending on the react of the user. For example, we can just say if this check equal true. We can just come here and say alert, you said yes, and then we add else, and we can just say alert, you said no. Simple as that. Now if we open up the browser, refresh the page, what if we hit on cancel? As you can see, you said no. Alright, now let's just refresh the page, hit on OK. As you can see, we have you said yes, and this is the difference between them. I think that's all I want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about two methods, remove and click. Very well. As you can see here inside my index.html, I have this h1 and this anchor, this h1 with id text and this anchor with id link, and here I have these two buttons, first with id remove and the second with id go to link. And we will start actually by remove this text here when we try to click on this button here. So let's just see how can we do this. It's actually very simple. We can just start by say document getElementsBy id remove, and then we add the event listener click, and we can pass the arrow function, and then we need to get this text here. So we can just go back and say document getElementsBy id text, and then simply we hit remove. As simple as that. Now you just check this, we just refresh our page. We can go to these elements. As you can see, now we got this h1. What if we try to remove this? As you can see, this has been removed from our doc type. Anyway, we just go back, and now we just see how can we click. The idea here that we can click on any element here inside our body by the simple way. For example, we can add event listener to this button, and then we click on that link with the id link. So we can just now go back and say document getElementsBy id go to link, add event listener, click event, add the arrow function and say document getElementsBy id, and whenever we click on that button we want to click on that link, so we can just say click. Note that this shouldn't be an anchor, so this can be anything. We can click on anything, but we choose to make it anchor to be able to see the effect of that. So we just now go back and hit save, and now go back, refresh, this to remove, and then this to go to Google. As you can see, this will convert us to Google. Very well. I think that's all I want to learn in this lecture. Can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learn how can we deal with the attributes inside any element. For this we have four methods: has attribute, get attribute, set attribute, remove attribute. As you can see here inside my index, I have this image with src attribute, but this actually empty, id, class, width, height, we're all. And also I have already add this js.jpg. This is an image. We can use it to set the attribute. Now let's just start by check if our element has attribute. Let's just say var id logo equal document get element by id this logo all. And now we can simply say if this id logo dot has attribute, and if you came here you'll see that we didn't have, for example, name attribute. So let's just check for this name attribute. On that case we can just say alert yes. Now if we hit save and open up the browser, refresh the page, as you can see nothing will happen. So what if we actually this should be named. Let's just fix it and check this one more time. It will not happen. Now what if we check for an existing attribute such as class? Then just replace this by this with class. If we hit save, refresh, as you can see now we have yes. So this is the way to check the attribute. Now let's just take this out. And now what if we want to get the data inside that attribute? For this we have something that called get attribute. So we can just say alert id logo dot get attribute, and we want to get the class attribute. Actually we want to get the data inside of it. If we go back, refresh, you'll see that we got class logo. If you open up index.html, you'll see that we have the same data here. We're all. This is how can we check if we has attribute or get the data inside that attribute. And now let's just check set attribute method, which allow us to set a data inside the attribute. So let's just say id logo dot set attribute. As a matter of fact, we want to set this js as a source for this. So this actually take as a first parameter take the attribute itself, so which is src, and here we set the data. For example, this js.jpg. If we hit save and go back, refresh, as you can see this is what I have. Well, now you just say id logo dot set attribute. We want to say the height, or we can set the width. We can just say 40% or 50%, anything. Now we just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see this is what we have now. If we go through this element, this is what we will have. Now our last thing is how can we actually remove an attribute. As you can see here we got this class attribute. Let's just try to remove it. Just say id logo dot remove attribute, and let's just say that we want to remove class attribute. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see we didn't have class attribute until after now. By the way, we can add an attribute and also remove it. So let's just duplicate this, and here we can just say height and give it for example 300 pixel. Alright, if you go back here, refresh, this is what we'll have.
Also, we can remove the attribute that we already added. So we can just say id toggle remove attribute. We can remove this height. If we go back now, refresh, as you can see, the height attribute is no longer here, and this is all the controlling the attribute that we want to learn. So we can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about setTimeout function, which is very simple function. We give it two parameters. The first parameter will be a function, and the second parameter will be a number represent a time, and after this time is end, this function will fire. It's very simple function. We start by say setTimeout, and we pass to it the function. We can pass a normal function or an error function. We can do anything here, and then we add comma, and then here we add the time, and the time should be with the millisecond. So if we want to do something after 3 seconds, we add 3000 here, and here we can do anything that we want. For example, we can just say alert, yes, anything. Now if we hit save, go back to the browser, refresh, wait 1 2 3, as you can see, this will fire. It's very simple function. We can just came here and take this, for example, as you can see, I have this h1, this bottom without, this id with n. We can just say document getElementsBy id, for example out, and then we say onClick. We want to fire this one, so we can just copy these ones here, and now we can put an arrow function. Inside this arrow function we can put this setTimeout function. Now if we go back or refresh, nothing will happen. If we wait for 1 2 3 seconds, nothing will happen. Now if we hit on this out and wait for 1 2 3, as you can see, this is what we have. So this is how this function works. I think that's all I want to learn about it. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about function that called setInterval, which is very useful function. Unlike what we have with setTimeout, using this function we can do something repeatedly for specific time. Let's just start by say how can we do this. We start by say setInterval, and we start by add a function. It can be a normal function or an arrow function, and then we add the time. For example, we can just say 1000, because this also take the time with millisecond. And now if we come here and say console log, and for example add anything, this will continuously log this each 1 second forever. It's like the infinity loop or something, right? But the different that we can specify the time. And to understand this very well, we can start by say var. This var, let's just call it a and give it to 1. And here we can just, inside our setInterval, we can just say a plus plus. Not just that, we can take that out, but let's just test this first. Alright, let's just copy this, paste it here, and just go through the console. Alright, as you can see, this is what we have. Refresh to see it from the beginning. We got 1 2 3 4. So this is happening each 1 second. Alright, now let's just talk about something that called clear interval, which is allow us to stop this interval. How can we do this? Let's just say that we got var let's just call it init equal to this interval, and let's just use this set timeout function to do this. So we want after, for example, 4 seconds to stop this. So we can come here and say clear interval and pass this init to it. If we hit save now, go back, if we hit on inspect and then to the console, refresh, as you can see this all happened. We start from 1, 2, 3, 4, and now the interval has been cleared. Why? Or stopped. Why? Because we specified the time here. After 4 seconds we want to clear this interval. For this we can do something just like we can call it a counter. It's very simple idea. We just come here, start by define two variable. One, let's just call it my interval, and the second, let's just call it counter. And here let's just say document get element by ID. The element that we want to get it is actually this bottom here with ID n, and then we say on click we want to do something, so we can use our function, and the idea here that we want to say this my interval equal to set interval function. Simple as that. And we can specify the time for each for example second, and here we can just say this counter will equal this counter plus 1. Alright, we want to do this each 1 second, or else we want for also to say document get element by ID test innerText equal to this counter. So we want to put this inside this each one here with ID text. Alright, or else now we want to check if that counter, so because we want to stop it when we this up to 10, so we can just say this if this counter equal to 10, we can simply say this my interval, or sorry, we can just say clear interval and pass to it this my interval. Simple as that. Also we can pass a simple message. For example, we can just say alert done. Let's just test this. Open up the browser, refresh, let's just hit on repeat. As you can see, it's something just like a timer or something like this. It's really great. I think that's all I want to learn about set interval. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learning about something that called history DOM. As you can see here, I have index.html. Inside my index.html, I have this anchor with this href that take us to this page1.html. Inside this page1.html, I have this anchor which is take us to this page2.html. Inside this page2, we have anchor take us back to main page. As a matter of fact, whenever we move from somewhere to another, our browser save these movements. As you can see here, these arrows here actually represent the history itself, meaning that when we go from index.html to anywhere, we come back using this, and also we come back using a method that call history back, or we can move forward when we go back to our main one more time and go through this URL using a method that call forward. And here we can specify the place that we want to go to it using URL or using the number, meaning that if we go through this page 1, we can go back by passing -1, for example. And finally, we have this history length, which is give us the length of our movements, meaning that if we come here and say history length, this will give us 1. as you can see here. Why? Because we didn't go through anywhere. So what if we go from here to page 1, and then we say history.length. As you can see, now we got 2. This also means that we can say history.pack, which is a function, so we can just say history.pack and pass this parentheses. As you can see, this is take us to index.html. Now we can go through the page 1 by say history, one more time, history.forward. As you can see, this is take us to page 1. Now what if we go through this page 2 and we say history length? As you can see, now we got 3. Now we can go back to the main page by click on that anchor, or we can simply come here and say history.go and specify -2. Hit enter. As you can see, this is take us to main page. We can come here and say history go, but this time without minus. We simply say page 2, go through and then pass 2. This take us to page 2, and this is the idea behind this. I think that's all I want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start learning about date and timing inside JavaScript. Alright, as you can see here inside my index.html I have this h1 with id time. And as you can see here, this is the list of the methods that we can use it. But this actually method give us the time with the local or the time zone. Alright, and this list actually give us the same data, but the idea that to return us the data with the coordinate universal time, UTC. Alright, let's just see how can we do this. We can just say var, we can say time, this will equal, we can put get this h1 element and put it here, so we can just say document getElementsBy id time. Alright, and actually we need first to define this date. We can just say var date equal, and actually we need to call it just like we do the class and object, so we need to start with new keyword and then we say date. As simple as that. Now we can get any date and directly put it on this time, so we can just say time innerHTML equal this date, and let's just start with this function here, get full year, which is get a year as a 4-digit number. So we can just say get full year. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see 2022. Alright, now what if we want to get the same data but with the coordinate universal sign? We can use this function here. So let's just get this. On my local zone I have 2022. Also the universal it's 2022. Alright, but actually on on some places this return a different timing. Alright, the second function or method that we have, it actually called get month, but this will not return the month from 1 to 12. It actually start from 0 to 11. Alright, so if we on January, this will give us 0. So we just hit save, go back, refresh. Since that we are actually on January, this give us 0. Alright, and this get date, get the day as a number from 1 to 31. Simply return the day, but it call get date, not day. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see 25. And we got another one that call get day, but this getDay actually get the weekday as a number from 0 to 6, not from 1 to 7. It actually look like this getMonth. So let's just say getDay. If we end day 3 on the Saturday, Sunday, Monday, this will give us 2. If we go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what I have. Alright, what else we have? We have getDay. We have this getMillisecond, which is give us the date with millisecond. We have this getSecond, which is give us the date by second. We got this hour, which is very useful, so we can use it or test it. Hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, 5. Alright, what else? As a matter of fact, we got this date now, which is get the time. It's, by the way, with schema-script 5, which is give us the time with milliseconds since this date here. This also give us the same result. So we can just use it, but we can, if we want to call it, we need to call it by a different way. We need to directly say date.now without so now we can actually take this out. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this is what I have. This is the number for by milliseconds since this date here. Very well. What else we have? I think that's all what I want to learn in this lecture about date and timing. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn how can we create an element and how can we append that element to our DOM. Alright, let's just go back to this index.html, and the idea here that we want to get any data the user pass it to this input with type text and the ID input, and then on click on this we want actually to fire a function. This function will create a new element. This element should be li, and this element we want to put it inside this ul here, which is have an ID my list, and that's all the dimension that we want to do. Alright, for this we can just start by say var, for example, li equal document create element, and here we need to specify the element. For example, it can be anchor, address, area, article, anything, but we need actually li, so we will pass li, and then we need to get the data inside this, that user will pass it inside this input. So we need to come here and say var input equal document get element by ID. The ID is input, and then we say dot value. Very well. And now actually we can put that data inside this li, but as a matter of fact we cannot do this directly because this li not on the DOM right now, so this will cause an error. So we cannot say li dot append and pass this input to it. So we need first to do something. We can just say var text, and here we can just say document create, and this is the second function that we want to learn, create text node, and pass to this our input data. This will allow us to put this data directly inside this li. So now we can just simply say li dot append child, which is the third method that we want to learn, and put this text on it. Very well. Now we got a new li element, and this element have this text that we get it from the user, and the final mission we need to put this inside this ul with the ID my list. So we can just come here and say li append child, pass no, I'm sorry, we need to say document get element by ID, the ID, my list, and then we say append child. We want to append this li. As simple as that. Now let's just go back, refresh, go through the element. As you can see, we have this UL. What if we say mock and then hit add? As you can see, we have new li with this data that we already specified here. We can pass anything here. This will give us another li overall. And by the way, we can fully control on this element li. For example, we can just come here and say li dot style background, for example green. Can just say li style color, for example white. Also we can add any attribute that we want, such as class or anything like this. So you can just say li id equal, for example li. Let's just test it, refresh, and just say JavaScript, hit add. As you can see, this is what we have. We have id, we have li with id li, and with this style. Very well. I just take another example. As you can see here, I have this logo.jpg. We want actually to put it inside body, so you can just come here and say for example img equal document create element. This time I want to create image. Very well. And finally I want to put that image inside my body, so we can just say document dot body dot append child. We want to append this image, but here we need to add some attribute to it, so we can just say image dot src equal to this logo dot jpg. Also we can say this image dot style dot weight equal 50%. Can put an id to this image, so we can just say image dot id equal image, or for example mock. Well, let's just hit on save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this is all I have. Where my image, as you can see, this is my image with this id, with this style that I already passed to it. Well, I think that's all I want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learning about class list method and how can we use it. Overall, as you can see here, inside my index.html, I have this style. Inside this style, I have this text class, and actually I have this div with id content, and we add class directive with div1, div2, and text. And actually we already add some code, some css code to this text. Very well. Also I have this bottom with id bottom1. Very well. Now let's just start by say the first method, which is actually add method. By this method we can add one or many class as we want to the selected element. Very well. First let's just start by select the element, which is will be this content. So we can just say var content equal document get element by id content. This one's here. Remember that we got div1, div2, text. Well, and we can come here and say content, or we can directly come here and say class list, and then we complete the mission. But let's just do it by this way. Just say content class list, and then we say add, and then we add the method that we want. We can use single quote or double quotes. let's just say that we want to add div 3. Also we want to add another class div 4. Very well. Now let's just hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, we got div 1, div 2, text, div 3, div 4. Very well. This is the first method that we have. And just now take this out, or we can leave it as well. There is no issue. And now we have the second method, which is called actually contains, and this actually is check for specific class name on the selected element. So we can just come here and say alert content.classList.contains, and we can just say div, for example, 5. Remember that we didn't have this div with this name. If we go back, refresh, as you can see, this is will return false. So what if we came here and say div 4? Actually we do have this div 4, so this time we will have true. Now we got this remove. Actually we can remove these classes that we added here, or one of these classes that we added here. Let's just test to remove this text. Remember that this text actually gave this effect here. So let's just try to remove it. We can just say document getElementsBy element name bottom 1, and then we say add event listener onClick. We want on that case this content dot class list dot remove. We want to remove this text class. Very well. Let's just fix that name first, and let's just hit on save, open up the browser, refresh, and as you can see we got this div 1, div 2, text, div 3, div 4. What if we hit on remove class? As you can see, now we didn't have this text. Very well. After this remove, we got this item, which is actually allow us to select the class depending on the index. I will show you what I mean on a second. For example, we can come here and say alert this content dot class list dot item, and here we can add any index, for example 1. And now if we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see div 2. Alright, if you note this, we got here div 1 and then we got div 2, and now that we actually start from 0. So if we come here and say item 0, go back, this time will give us div 1, so the first class. Very well. And finally we got this length, which is give us the number of classes of the selected elements. Very well. So we just come here, take this out for now, say alert content class list length. If we hit save, go back, note that we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As you can see, when we refresh, we got 5, and that's all the methods of that class list. Hi and welcome. In this lecture, we will start learn how can we control of the audio and video files using JavaScript. As you can see here, I have this video and this audio, but let's just start with this video with ID vid with 100, and I do add this controls to this video, and then we start add source to this video with type, of course, and actually we want to run this video that I have here, which is very simple. Alright, let's just hit save, open up, refresh. As you can see, everything works fine. But if we go back and remove these controls, as the matter of fact, now we will not be able to run the video. If we go back, refresh, as a matter of fact, we will not be able to run it by ourselves. The user will not be run it, but the JavaScript can. If you go through this app.js, you'll see that I have these functions here. I start by get this video element and put it on a variable and call it media, and then I start by add this play function, which is allow us to start or play our media or wherever it audio or video. And then I have this function which is allow us, simply since that we say media dot pause, this will allow us to pause the duration. And then we have this load, which is allow us to load the media. And finally we can stop the volume or mute the volume by this way. We say media or anything, it can be anything since that it's actually a variable. And then we say volume and give it 0. This will stop the volume. And here I have this play volume, which when we pass to it 1, this is mean that will, if it actually stop, it will now play again. And then here we got this speed up, which is allow us to speed up the clip wherever it video or audio by this way, by say media playback rate, and then we can just say plus equal. For example, we can make it 0.10, and here we slow down that video or media in general. Alright, we by say media dot playback rate minus equal 0.10. We say minus equal here and plus equal here to add it to the previous playback rate, which is very simple. Alright, now let's just come here, save this, and come here, and now let's just add buttons to call these functions. As you can see here, I start by add button for play, pause, restart, stop sound, play sound, speed up, slow down. Alright, now let's just hit save, open up the browser, and as you can see here, let's just now hit on play to see what we will have. As you can see, our video now start to play. Alright, now what if we hit on pause? As you can see, this will pause the video. And then what if we hit play, restart, start from the beginning. And then we can add this stop sound, test this, just hit on stop sound. As you can see, the video will remain, but the sound will stop. What if we hit on play sound? What if we say speed up? I want to click to this many times. As you can see, this will speed up the video. What if we hit on slow down? This will slow down our video. Well, let's just now go back. Alright, our final mission on this lecture will be to calculate the duration of the video. As you can see here, I have this duration. I start with 0, and I add this duration here. If I came here and say, let's just take this and inspect this one, this duration here. What if we change this width? As you can see, we can change this width. It's actually very simple. By this way, we can calculate that duration, but we can actually go back and we can simply pass blur here. Alright, to make it more pretty. As you can see, look like more pretty. For this, we actually need three methods. First, give us the total duration, and the second, it give us the current time duration, and third, give us the if it end or not. Alright, let's just add bottom here, and let's just call it test. Alright, and we can just say onClick test. Simple as that. Now let's just go back here and add this function. We can just say function test, and we want actually to start by alert this media duration, and then we want to alert media current time. And finally, we want to alert if this media is ended. Simple as that. Now let's just hit save. Alright, now let's just go back, refresh. What if we start play the video? Alright, and then we can pause the video. And what if now we click on that test? As you can see, this is the duration that we have here. And then we have 5, which is the 5 second, the current time. And finally we have false, meaning that it actually still run. By this we can actually calculate the duration and effect on that depending on that duration. Let's just go back. We can simply call that test method each time, or let's just change that method now, and let's just take it out from here. Now let's just change the name of that method. Let's just call it duration or blure, and let's just come here, and after we start play the video we can just say blure. And now we can start by calculate the duration, for example, for each 1 second. So we can just say set interval, and now we can just say 1000, and this set interval, let's just put it on a variable. Let's just call it init. Alright, and here we need to start by defining the duration and the current time and put it on a variables. So let's just say the time will equal this media dot current time. Let's just say the duration will equal to this media dot duration. But now we want to calculate something. We want to calculate how this will equal percent this time actually, which is represent the current time, how this percent of this duration itself. For this, let's just say let percent equal to math floor. If you know this, we will have numbers, float numbers. So we can just say math dot floor, and here we want to the number that we want to calculate it, which is the time, by or divided on the main number, which is the duration, and both we want to pi for 100. This will give us the percent, and this percent actually will or can represent the width. If you remember here, we can get this width and put it we start from 0 to 100. This will can represent this width here. So we can just come here and we can just say document get element by id duration dot style dot width equal, add back quotes, and we can just say this percent, and here we add percent mark, as simple as that. And now finally we want to check every time if this media dot ended, this will equal true or false. Alright, so if this equal true, this is mean that our time duration is ended, so we don't want to keep run this set interval. So we can come here and say clear interval, simple as that, and pass this init to it. Very well. Now let's just hit save, and let's just say what we will see when we click on that play. Very well. We want to check what we'll have here. As you can see, this is what we have. As you can see, do you know this? Now what if we stop the sound for now and then we speed up the video? As you can see, this will keep running faster, faster, faster. As you can see, now we start to 100. Our set interval now has been ended with 100%. Very well. I think that's all what I want to learn in this lecture. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learning about math inside JavaScript syntax. Very well. And the first method that we want to learn, it actually called math round, which is returns the value of x rounded to its nearest integer. So let's just say alert. For example, we can just say math dot rounded. We want to round what? 1, for example, 0.5. If we hit save, open up the browser, refresh, as you can see, this will give us 2. Alright, this is the nearest operation, the normal nearest operation on a mathematics. So what if we say 1.4? This time, this math round will give us 1. Let's just test it, refresh, as you can see, we have 1. Alright, this is what we have with this round. What after that, we got this pow, which is actually we take two numbers, the first number, and then it actually return the power of that number, of the second number. So if we came here and say math.pow or power the x number, let's just make it 2 power 3, and then hit save, go back, refresh. As you can see, this of course will give us 8. Very well. After that, we got this quote, which actually return the square root of that number. So let's just say math sqrt. For example, let's just say the square of that 9. Of course, this will give us 3. If we hit refresh, as you can see, we got 3. Alright, and now we got this cell, which is actually return the value of x rounded to the nearest integer by incrementing. Also, we got this floor, which is actually returns the value of x rounded to the nearest integer by decrementing. So let's just test both. Let's just say math cl. For example, let's just say 1.5. Alright. Of course, this will give us 2. If we go back, refresh. Alright, now what if we change only this to floor? As a matter of fact, this will give us 1, not 2. As you can see, we have 1, because this nearest by incrementing, but this nearest by decrementing. Right, now we have this math random, which is simply returns a random number between 0 inclusive and 1 exclusive. Let's just test it later. First, let's just test this min and max. For example, let's just say math min and pass me number 1, 2, for example 12, 10. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this will give us 1, because the method actually get the smallest number from sets of numbers. Alright, but this max actually do the reverse. It actually return the largest number from the sets of numbers. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this will give us 12. Finally, you want to test this random. We can just say math random. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, focus on this first number after dot. We got 8, refresh 4, we got 9, 3. It actually give us a random number each time we call it. So we can use this by say, for example, let's just multiply this. For example, this here should be the maximum number. Alright, we will make something very useful. We can actually, using this math random, make a math calculation, give us a random number between two numbers. the start from, for example, 0, and here we can make the maximum, for example 10. Alright, and now we can take all this and put it on math.floor, as simple as that. And now if we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, this will give us 2. Refresh, this will give us 3. Refresh, this will give us 0. Refresh, this will give us 8, 9, 6. As you can see, 7. So what if we change this maximum number to 100? If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, we got this number. It's bigger than 10. As you can see, 88. As you can see, we got 4. This is what we have. So we can use this math random by this way, by mix math floor with math random to get a random number from 0 to whatever what we want. Very well. I think that's all I want to learn about maths. We can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learning about screen height and screen width. And these two methods actually give us the width and the height of our user device. Very well. As you can see here, I have this image with this RC, with this width 100% and the ID logo. Alright. Now let's just start by getting the screen height and screen width for our device. Let's just say alert screen width, and then alert the screen height. Simple as that. Now let's just open up the browser, refresh. As you can see, this is the device screen width, and this is our device screen height. We're all. Now if we change the device by this tool, for example iPhone SA or anything like that, what if we hit or refresh? As you can see, this is that we have. We got a different width and also we got a different height. So depending on that, we can actually change our website look like. For example, let's just come in here and say document, or let's just say var equal logo equal document get element by ID. The ID is logo, and now let's just say this logo dot style dot display, can just make it none. Alright, and here we say if what, if that width, screen width is bigger than or equal, or let's just say smaller than or equal, for example 600. On that case, we can just say for example this logo dot style dot display, for example, just make it inherit. And then we can also say document body style background, for example, let's just make it green. Right, now let's just hit refresh, save, and now just take our tool on. And now what if we refresh? As you can see, we will not have our logo. But what if we try to change this? Just make it anything else, such as iPad Air. And now what if we refresh the page? It actually will not work too. So what if we say iPhone SA, refresh? As you can see, this is what we have now. Very well. I think that's all I want to learn about screen width and screen height. Can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn how can we convert any string to number or any number to string. And here I mean any by say the float number and the integer number. Because actually many times we need to do this inside our syntax. As you can see here, for example, I have this input with type number, ID number, and I did add this on change event, and then I call this get value. Alright, and as you can see here inside this get value, I start by call this var number one, and I start to get the value of this. But here, if you came here and say console, for example, .log, if we want, for example, to say this number plus, or let's just say alert this number plus, for example, 5. And now if we hit save and open up the browser, refresh, and now if we try to change this from nothing to 1, as you can see, this will give us 15. Okay, now what if we say 2? As you can see, this will give us 25. Why this? Because this actually deals with it as a string. Alright, this doesn't deal with it as a number. For this we use something that called parse int. So we can just come here and remove this and say parse int, and then pass this number to it. By this way we will have a number. Now if we go back, refresh, and just start to change this time will give us 6. As you can see, now we have number. This one, if we change it and make it 2 plus 5, this will give us 7. As you can see, this is what we have. In this one, if we, for example, remove this and add 4 or 2, 3, and then add 1, this will give us 28. Alright, now it's look like that everything is works fine, and you understand the main idea. Anyway, now let's just remove this, and we didn't need this after now, but we want actually to test this parse float. For example, let's just say that we got a number. Let's just say let num equal for example 1.5. Alright, and now let's just put this onto quotes. This now we have actually a string. So if we say, for example, console.log this num, for example, +2, if we hit save, open up the browser, refresh, as you can see, this will give us 1.52. Alright, this of course it's not what we want, because this should be 3.5. Anyway, the idea here that we can come here and say parse int and then pass this number, but this actually will give us only 3. As you can see here, this is what I have. I just save all. What if we want to keep this on, this 5 on, this is the numbers after dot on? For this we can use parse float. If we hit save, now we will have 3.5. As you can see, this is what we have. Very well. And this is how can we deal with this. How can we convert any string number to integer number? Because as you already know, many times we actually need this. And also, many times we need to do the reflection of this operation. By say, many times we want to convert data of number type to data of text or string type. So we can just say, for example, let's just say this number, let's just change it, let's just say this number, for example 10. We want to convert this to a string, so we can just say console.log. If we of course say this num plus, for example, 10, this will give us 20. Alright, but what if we convert this number to string? In that case, for example, if we came here and add quotes, this will give us 10, 10. As you can see, 10, 10. So this is a string now. Alright, now what if we want to convert it by a different way? We can simply take this and say this number dot to string. As simple as that. Now, if we go back, we will have the same result this time. 10, 10, as you can see here. Very well. Also, we have this to fix it. We'd actually use it to round it a number to the decimal number that you want. For example, if we say that we got 1.555555, all these numbers, and came here and say this number to fixed, and here we specify, for example, 0. If we hit save, note that 5 here, go back, refresh, as you can see, we will have 2. Alright, now what if we say 1 and then add save, go back, refresh, as you can see, we will have 1.6. What if we say, for example, the decimal 4 and then hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, we this will keep this 5 and this one, and will come for the number 4, and it will actually get the nearest or incremented of it. Well, this is also how can we use this number to fix it method. Well, I think that's all I want to learn on this lecture. Can now move on to the next. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn how can we check if the user is online or offline. Well, and the first method that we want to learn is actually called navigator online, and this method actually return true or false depending on if are online or not. So we can just say let is online equal to this navigator dot online, as simple as that. Now we can simply say console dot log say is online, and now if we hit save, open up the browser, now I'm online actually. Alright, I will try to refresh. As you can see, we have true. Now what if we stop the cable of the internet and then we hit refresh? As you can see, now I have false. Very well. Let's just now go back, take this out. This is the first method that we want to learn, and also we can directly say window on online or window by this way on online, and here we can make something. We can alert anything, any message that we want, or we can just say window on offline, and also we can pass anything here, alert any message that we want. It's actually very simple. Also, we can add event listener by this way. We can just say window dot add event listener online, and we can just say any message alert, for example, you are online, and then we add another window and say add event listener offline. On that case, we pass another message. We can just say you are offline. Simple as that. Now if we go back, refresh, and then we try to change the situation by reset cable. As you can see, this give me you are now online. Alright, now what if I try to change the situation one more time from online to offline by take the cable of the internet out. As you can see, it by default give me you are offline. We're all, and that's all what we want to learn in this lecture.
Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about the difference between asynchronous and synchronous code. Very well. As you can see here, I have this app.js, and here I have this index.html, and I did already add this script to my index.html. Very well. And the idea that the JavaScript run the code from top to the bottom, which is called synchronized code. For example, we can just say console.log I, and then we can just say console.log love, and then we can just say console.log JavaScript with mock. If we hit save and open up the browser with our index.html and go through the console and then refresh, you'll see that we first have this I, and then we have this love, and finally we have this JavaScript with mock. Alright, now what if we came here? Let's just take that code out for now, and this is, by the way, the synchronized code. Any code run by this way, we call it synchronized code. But what if we came here and say console.log I, and then came here and say console.log JavaScript with mock. But here we can just say set timeout, and we can specify the time for 2000 milliseconds, and here we can just say console.log, and here we want to say love. And now if we hit save, go back to the browser, remember that what we have with the synchronized code, I, then love, finally we got JavaScript with mock. And if you go back here, you'll see that on the first line or 9 we got console log I, and then we got this console log with love, and finally we have this JavaScript with mock. Very well. Now if we go back and refresh, you'll see I, and then JavaScript, and finally we got this love. And this is the main difference between the synchronized and the asynchronous code. The asynchronous code does not depend on the line number. It actually depends on the time that code, the specific code, taken for execute, and this is the difference between them. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will start learn about callback. Very well. Let's just start by something simple. Let's just start by create two function. Let's just call the first, and inside this first function we can just say console.log first. Alright, and now we just create another one. We just call it second, and we can just say console.log second. And let's just start by call first function. Then let's just say second. If we hit save, go back, refresh, you'll see that the first function will run first and then second function. So what if we start by call this second function first, and go back, refresh, as you can see this time second function will run first. Alright, now what if we remove this calling of second function from here and came here and expect
an argument, we can call it any name that we want, for example call. Alright, but here we say call and after that we pass parentheses. This is mean that we expect an function, a callback function. Actually, callback mean that we should run this function and then we should run this console log or the code after this function. So what if we come here and say console log, we can just say for example a first. Alright, and now let's just pass this second function directly to this first function. We can just say second and now hit save. Alright, what do you expect to have? For me, I expect to have a first and then this second and finally this first. Let's just test it anyway. As you can see, this is what we have: a first and then second and finally we have this first. Now let's just start talk about the arrow function with callback. Actually, it's the same concept. For example, if we came here and say let first equal arrow function, and here we can expect for example two argument arg1 and arg2, and here we say console.log first. Alright, and here let's just add set timeout and let's just say that we want after for example 2 seconds to call this arg1, and inside of this let's just add another set timeout. This time we want to wait for 3 seconds, so we pass 3000 milliseconds, and after 3 seconds we want to call this arg2. Let's just came here and let's just define two function. First let's just call it second equal arrow function. We can just say console.log second. Let's just define another one. This time let's just call it last, and we can just come here and say console.log last. Alright, and now let's just start by call this first function, and let's just start by call this second and then call this last. What do you expect to have on the console? Anyway, let's just test it, but first let's just make a quick revision of the code. We start by call this first function, and this first function will have this set timeout. This is mean that every time this first will run first, this log here will run first, and then the argument 1 will run because we added inside this set timeout with 2 seconds, and finally this argument 2 will run at the end. So we will have first and then second and then last. If we go back, refresh, as you can see, we got this first and then we got this second and finally we got this last. So what if we start by pass this last and then we pass this second? If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, first will run first, and now we have last, and finally we have second. So this is depending on the time out that we specified itself, and this is all about the callback functions. Hi and welcome. On this lecture we will start talk about promises And the promises, it's actually a very main and basic idea in JavaScript. Build on that the function can return a promise with resolve, with data, or with reject, with error. Very well. This, of course, on a real life, depending on many things such as the authentication or server errors or anything like that. Anyway, let's just start by add or create a function. Let's just call the function, for example, auth, or let's just call it data equal arrow function, and this arrow function expect an argument. Let's just call it auth, and to create a promise we can simply say new and then promise, as simple as that. But actually we should return the promise, so we should restart by say return that promise, and here we can just add an arrow function or a normal function, but let's just add a normal function. And this function here take two arguments, or should have two arguments, first with resolve and the second with reject. Alright, and here we can simply say if that auth is true, we can actually say instead of directly pass it, we can just say set timeout. For example, after 1 second we want to say resolve with this data. We can just say user auth. Alright, and now let's just say else, and here we can just say set timeout, and this time we just make it 2 seconds, and here we can just say reject with anything such as user or not authorized. Very well. Now how can we actually call this data? For example, if we came here and say this data by this way, actually nothing will happen. So the correct way to do this by call this data, and then we add something that called then. This is the first thing that we have. So we can just come here and say dot and then say then. So what we will have here we will have a function, a normal function or arrow function. Let's just say data equal console.log, for example, this data. Alright, but remember that we expect to have an argument to this, so we need to say true, for example, or false. So what we will have here now, since that we pass true, and here we check if auth is true, we pass this data, so we will have this data on this log here. Very well, let's just test it anyway. Go back, refresh, wait for a second. As you can see, we got this user auth. So what if we actually pass false? In that case, we will have this reject. Remember, if we go back and refresh, as you can see, after 1 second, 2 seconds, we didn't have anything. We have this here, this error here came to us as an error. So how can we expect that reject and pass the error by ourselves? It's actually very simple. After this, then here we can just came here and add catch, and inside this catch we can just say error, and then we just say console.log error. By this way the rejection data will appear here. If we go back, refresh, as you can see, now we got this rejection error, not authorized. Also we got something else that call finally, and this finally, it actually work any way, even if we have return or resolve or reject. So we can just say console.log finally. If we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see we have not authorized, and then we have finally. So if we pass here true and hit save, go back, refresh, we will have user auth, and also we will have this message with finally. Very well. So that's all what we want to learn about promises, resolve, reject, then catch, and finally. Hi and welcome. On this lecture, we will talk about async and await keywords. You can call it like this, that the async make a function return a promise and the await make a function wait for a promise. Very well. To understand this very well, we need to add a simple example. Let's just add a function. Let's just call it load. This is a simple function with argument os. This function actually return a promise. So we can just say return new promise. Inside this promise, we just add the arrow function, and of course we need to expect resolve and reject. Alright, and here we can simply add set timeout, for example was 2 seconds, and here we can check if this auth. We can, let's just come here, and before we check, let's just add a simple array. We need to resolve with this data. We need to say resolve with this lang, and then we add else, and here we want to reject with new error. We can just say not auth, simple as that. Now what if we call a function, a normal function? Let's just say function. We can just call it for example test. Alright, and this function inside of it, what if we try to call this load function? We can just say data, or let data equal to this load, and for example let's just try to log this data. Alright, but remember that load expect to have argument. We can just say true, boolean argument actually. What if we came here and add before this function here? What if we try to add something that called async? Now we define our function as an async function, not sync function. And then we came here, since that load, it's actually the function that we wait the promise from it, and say await. If we came here and call our function as test and hit save, go back, refresh, wait for 1, 2, as you can see, now we will have this data. So now what if we remove this await and async from our function and hit save and go back, refresh? As you can see, this will give us promise, prototype, catch, and finally, and then the constructor of that promise itself. So this is mean that we if we have a promise, we need to call it by this way. So we just make this async and this await. And now if we say, for example, false, and then hit save, go back, refresh, wait 1, 2, as you can see, now we will have an error. How can we actually run this error? Actually, we can come here, instead of doing by this way, just add try and catch block. Well, we can simply come here and say that we try to do this operation here, this code here, and if we have an error, we want to log this error here. So you can just say console.log that error. Now if we hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, now we handle the error by ourselves. Very well. Also, we are able to add finally. If you remember, we have this finally. We actually able to run it here too. We can say anything such as any, and now hit save, refresh. As you can see, we have this any. If we change this to true, refresh, go back, as you can see, we have this data, and also we have this any. Very well. Also, we can come here and return that data. I just remove this consoles, and remember that this await makes a function wait for a promise, and this async make a function return a promise. So this function will return a promise by this way. So we can come here and say return that data. Also we can come here and say return that error, and here we can keep the log in. You can just say any. Very well. Now let's just put our function inside a variable. For example, let's just say let result equal to this function, and here we can just say console.log. We want this result. As a matter of fact, this will return to us a promise because it's an async function. If we go back, refresh, as you can see, now we have this promise. Also this run. This is mean that if we came here and say this result dot then and expect data, this will give us the result with data. So we can just say console.log.data, and also we can add catch, and this will give us the error if we have an error. We just say console.log.error. Now if we take this console out and hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, now we have this data, and also have this any. What if he came here inside our function and pass false, and then hit save, go back, refresh, as you can see, we will have the error. Very well. I think that's all what I want to learn about async and await keyword.